It don't matter the color of the skin, either woman or man. Just let the case land. It's here, it's in safe hands. This is God work, not a fake plan. Too many kids being found in these lakes, man. This is MTGV, and you with Miss V. She keep
Welcome
her
in,
to
everybody.
the drum to a
Please
beat.
smack that thumbs up.
This is the place that you wanna be, but all trolls we delete. You better believe, just so you know.
At the top, I've been skeptical of this story. As a resident of New Jersey, as a journalist here, I thought it was going to be some sort of yahoos, and we would get a laugh out of this in several weeks. What happened yesterday completely changed my entire view on this story. Earlier in the afternoon, I was out with the Ocean City Sheriff's Department. They have a drone unit. They've investigated these things. What they've saw a bunch over the weekend. We did not see any with them last night. I was coming back home. I got a tip. Monmouth County, they're spotting them in Monmouth County. That's where I live. So I raced up here and I tried to figure out where the picture was that somebody sent me. And sure enough, I saw one. So I trailed it to a neighborhood, a dead-end street, and I got out of my car and I took my phone out with my iPhone, and I couldn't really capture it, but I was staring literally at this drone 200 feet above me, maybe. I called our photographer, Nick, and I said, get up here as soon as you possibly can. Meet me at this location, etc. I tracked a few more to the location where we are right now, over a body of water behind us. And I gotta say, Brian, over the next 2 hours, we saw dozens and dozens of these things, and they look like nothing you've ever seen before. I'm not even sure I'm right in calling them a drone. They looked like they were fixed wing aircraft. They had multiple, blinking lights. They did not look anything like a plane, because there's plenty of planes.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to MTGV Crime Podcast. So I just want to go over a few things that I've been looking at for the past couple days in the news. And for one, these drones really concern me. It's a lot of things that's going on. It's a lot of things moving at one time that's making me feel a little uneasy. And these drones are the main reason why I feel uneasy, because of the explanation or lack of explanation that we're getting about these drones. So first I'm hearing they were in New Jersey, then they went over to Pennsylvania, and they've just been doing a lot of stuff. First time I heard about it, they said that it was the size of a garage. What? Now I'm hearing like a SUV size, a bus size, and this is real. But what's really going on? How does the FBI, the military, the people that are supposed to know these things, how do they not know what's going on? So I wanted to come in and talk about this, see what's going on. This is the latest information.
Planes flying overhead.
Please
like tonight, they're not here. We're seeing just planes. Last night was totally different. They look creepy, and they move at a different pace. We tried to even follow a couple. They went off in the distance and disappeared. It's completely rewired my brain on this topic, and I'm a believer, and we need answers, and we don't have answers, and we need someone to step up and say, here is what's going on, because otherwise, like, we're heading down this path in New Jersey and these states where people are just going to take this into their own hands.
And Trump already said, shoot them down. You know what I'm saying? And so that's going to prompt other people to take actions into their own hands. What is it? What are they looking for? What are they planting? What are they testing? Like, tell us something. Like, I'm not feeling it. And I believe, like they said, 50 of them came off the ocean. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, and I'm looking at your video right now. We have it in the middle of the screen. I know it's tough at night when you're using your iPhone and it's pitch black. You said you were near the water, but so it's kind of hard to see. But we've heard these reports from people, but hearing it from you, Rich, as our investigative reporter, knowing the kind of work you do, it is kind of freaky to hear you say that that you couldn't identify it. Describe it a little more. I mean, how big? And, when I think of a drone, you think of like it's got the four, it's almost like a little helicopter with the four rotors.
Good morning.
Do these look different than that?
They look different. They almost look like a U-shaped or a V-shaped. They didn't make a sound. It was, a couple 100 feet above us. They, you just didn't know what you were looking at. It was moving across.
Now, I know that people have been reporting stuff prior to this. It was this one guy that was like saying that he was thinking it was aliens. I mean, that's the only thing that made sense, but it wasn't looking like this. These things look like aircrafts with spinning things in front of them, and it's different sizes and shapes. And they dropping, I mean, they coming up out the ocean like they flying submarines or something. You know, so I don't know. What do you think it is, Street? What you feeling?
Across the sky very quietly, and we kept saying to each other, like Nick and I, like, what are we looking at?
No
Like,
aliens.
are you getting the shot? And what the heck are we filming? There's a couple shots you can see where you can see that it's fixed wing, and it doesn't look like a plane. It almost looks like inverted. It sounds crazy as I say this now, Brian, like that's what you're seeing on the screen. That's what we were seeing.
And then to call it a drone is a nice welcoming name. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think they know what it is. They just not telling us. Do you think they know what it is?
Right above our heads, and it happened till about 11:30 at night. And then it started to like die off, and I was like, we can stay out here all night. But I went to bed. This is my community. I've never seen these things in the sky over my community before. I went to bed thinking like, this is wild. These things are flying over our homes, over our residences. There's a military Earl, which is a munitions depot, just like about a mile and a half behind me. They've reported sightings of these things above, and they said they're ready to take action if they need to. This is
the government.
For naysayers out there, like, this is real.
So how many did you see at once, Rich? Was it just the one, or?
Well, no, I think we would see a couple at a time in various parts of the sky over this water. And we'd be like, oh, we didn't get this shot on that one. And they'd be like, well, wait, we'll just wait. You know, I'm sure there'll be another one. And sure enough, like one started creeping towards us. And it's like, it felt like I was in a bad sci-fi movie, like that it was just that I was placed in, but it involved my actual hometown. It was very, very surreal.
I mean, to hear you saying this, again, it just sort of hits me in a different way coming from you. Wow. I want to go to Dr. Ramsland now. Dr. Ramsland lives in Pennsylvania. You ever told me that I would be asking Dr. Ramsland about drones flying near her home, and we usually talk to her about killers. I wasn't expecting this, but they said Dr. Ramsland's seeing the drones. What did you see?
A similar experience tonight. Actually, it started last night. We were hearing about them in New Jersey, and suddenly we're in Eastern Pennsylvania. It's as if they migrated over. I called a couple of friends, and we were texting each other as we were all of us seeing them in different areas. And the one tonight, I saw one going west. It was red blinking lights like this one. Another one was coming toward it from the west going east. And then the westward one suddenly turned around and went into formation with the one going east, turned green. The lights turned green and then yellow. And it looked very much like what we're seeing here in these pictures.
Have you ever seen anything like it, Dr. Ramsland? And are you sure it wasn't a plane?
It couldn't possibly be a plane. It was flying low. It was within half a mile of me. There's no plane path at that point, and it didn't act like a plane. A plane can't turn that fast, and it also had oddly spiral kinds of movements that you just don't see with a plane.
And so it was
and there was no noise. Again,
I mean, don't you have to have some type of regulations to fly something that high? I mean, she said it's not really super high, like a mile. She said it's like a mile away from us. But like they said, these things are just flying over people's homes and nobody knows what it is. Blinking lights. It's mysterious. Like, we don't know. Aren't people, don't they fear the unknown? And to me, like I said, it's just so much moving all at one time. And that seems very odd to me. I mean, it feels like something is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but I'm not feeling it at all. You know, you got the CEO, the inauguration coming in, all of this mass deportation. Deportation. Like, it's just like everybody is talking aggressively. And then some female, we already got a copycat. I guess she called some insurance company using the deny, deploy, and whatever the words that that Luigi used, and found herself in court I mean, these drones flying all over unexplained. It's a lot of stuff moving, and I'm concerned.
And no noise. Yeah,
No
exactly.
noise. So last night and
noise.
again tonight,
Silent.
Yes,
same look of drone. I mean, did it look the same?
I could see more clearly
On here, please.
tonight, and I think it's
Thumbs up
because it
now.
is a very clear night. I saw them really distinctly,
43.
and there were more of them tonight. According to my two friends, again got out, and we all could see more tonight.
Wow. Okay. So Dr. Ramsland is in Pennsylvania. Rich is in New Jersey. Scott, you are in Tennessee. So you're in a different area where we haven't heard as much about this. Tell us about your sighting.
Yeah, mine's different than your all's. Mine's a lot different. Mine don't look like what you're showing there at all. These things are round. The ones that I saw were round.
Now, he's the only one that I've heard so far say round, and then just listen at his story. It's even more creepy.
And they've got
They're
this
not
ring around
drones.
them. And around the ring, it's got the lights on it, and the light is
Drones are
spinning.
not-
On the video that I sent you
Drones
guys,
are
you
friendly.
can see that first before I zoom in on it. Because when I zoom in, it gets all blurry, and it looks like it's changing shapes, but it really isn't. But if you look really closely, you'll see how there's a thing spinning around it. And so I don't know mine didn't look like a plane at all. And I saw like 30 of them all together. Yeah, that thing right there was the first one. I believe that was the first one. And when it scooches in, you can sort of see that? You can sort of see there's something spinning around it.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's hooked to it. It's like a ring.
It's
that's
so
on.
hard at night to video these things. I mean, that's the thing. It's
Yeah.
like no matter, it looks so distinctive in person. And then you look at the video, even with our new iPhones, it's just, you can't really capture it. But are you sure it wasn't a plane, Scott? Because sometimes it's hard to tell.
Positive. I think all three of your guests tonight, we're all professional observers. And that's one of the things that we check out.
We
What
know
does
a
it sound like?
plane
What does it look like? What does it do? And what does it sound like? And that had no sound at all. And there were, at one point, there were five when I after I saw this one, and there were three up in the by themselves, and there were two ahead of it that came past those. And then as they went on, the other three started following that one. Then they split up, and then I got video of where there's one there in different sections of the front yard and the backyard. You could see them through the trees, but these were completely different than what you guys were seeing. These are completely different.
So, Rich, you've been reporting on this for a couple of days. What do you make of the Homeland Security response that essentially the people are misidentifying these objects, that most of the time it's planes? And the Homeland Security Secretary was actually on TV tonight saying, they keep saying there's no threat to the public. I mean, you've seen them for yourself. You don't seem satisfied with that response.
All due respect, Brian, to the security advisor, it's tone deaf, it's insulting. I know a bunch of state legislatures and sheriffs here in New Jersey who would be happy to talk to him. The Ocean County Sheriff told me a story yesterday that over the weekend, there was one of his officers was on the beach, called 911, reported seeing 50 drones come off the ocean inland. They called everybody, the FBI, the Coast Guard, whatever. The Coast Guard went out to investigate, told them they had 13 drones following them in. This is documented stuff. This isn't just like, Bill down the street is calling this in and nobody's verifying these things. These are real people, like police officers. This is happening. So they need to get, they should be scrambling something up here, figure it out. I'm surprised they haven't put a plane up just to say, here's what we've done. But to see no response, no federal response is truly upsetting. And the longer this goes on, as I mentioned before, somebody's just going to take matters into their own hands and just, now that Trump is saying what he's saying, they're going to do it. They're going to take a rifle and shoot one of these things.
Yeah, and I mean, look, with video and phones and social media, you can't just say, nothing to see here anymore. The government can't really get away with that anymore. I mean, clearly everybody's seeing it. I'm just curious, Rich.
And what risk would that be to everybody if they just fire on it? You don't know what's in it, a bomb. I mean, we don't know. But then what Trump saying, what he's saying, then they saying it on the news. I mean, that's definitely putting some ideas in people's mind. Too much weirdness. Let's keep it going.
I'm looking at your video again. It's such good video you got, but you can see the blinking on it almost looks like wings, almost like a plane would, which makes me think, do you think based on what you saw, these are some kind of military drone, some kind of technology that, because, with UFOs that we've covered, this looks like man-made, maybe I could say from what I'm seeing, although it's blurry. I mean, is that the sense that you got?
Now, when he said technology, that made me think about the Unabomber and Luigi, because y'all know that he actually was reading up on him and a lot of similarities to the case. So finding out about the Unabomber, he was targeting people that was up on modern technology and changing things. He didn't like it at all. And look at where we are with the AI and artificial intelligence been around, I think, since like the 1900s. I looked up a while back. So this is nothing new, but it's developed over time. And that just made me think about him. I actually had a live stream set up to talk about them because of their similarities, especially with the Ivy League and alienating themselves and them popping up with this kind of things. And anyway, I'm gonna get to Luigi in a minute.
I hope so, Brian. That thought went through my mind, and there is some sort of hope in my brain that this is a secret military operation that at a base near here, and they're calling it red teaming, where they're coming out to test for lapses in our security and where we'd be at fault. I hope that that's the solution, or that's what we find out in a week or 2 weeks. If we don't find that out, if it's not our military, it's worse. It's a scary scenario if it's not our military.
Right, if it's something from another country. What do you think, Dr. Ramsland? I mean, you've covered everything in them, from the vampires to the killers, and I mean, I'm just curious what goes through your mind when you were looking up even tonight. Do you think it's a military exercise? What's your gut telling you?
I'm frustrated with the government response because you can't say we don't know what it is and also say it's not a threat.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know what it is, you don't know that. And
now that's what how do you say it's not a threat? Are you saying it's not a threat because you know what it is? Because like she said, you can't say it's not a threat if you don't know. That's stupid, but that's what make me think they do know too at the same time, if you can say that. But who knows what they think, and just tell the truth. We see it.
And who knows if it's a future?
It ain't no secret if we see it.
Threat. They might be gathering intel that will come back on us eventually. And it could be a matter of national security. Why can't they act on that alone? That's potentially, it is a threat. And just rope one of those things in, take a net up there in a helicopter or something. They're not that far away from us. They're not way up in the sky. They can fly pretty low quite often.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.
And then the thing was crazy when they gonna say that they followed them in, but didn't got away from it because they didn't want, somebody was afraid and stopped trailing them and didn't know what happened when they went down low. Like, come on, man. How do you let something fly over the military and not know what it is? And we gonna get to them because I haven't seen this press conference, the latest one that I'm not sure who they are.
The mystery in our skies.
I think we cannot say definitively that they are not anomalous.
And you are looking at video taken late Sunday in Brooklyn.
They started to change from the white lights. They started to get more reddish green blinking lights. There had to be.
And that's another thing, y'all. They're coming from New York. See, we had this thing happen with Luigi in Manhattan, New York. And then all of this stuff is happening. And they said people are hanging up flyers all over with different CEOs, pictures. They got one with Brian Thompson, X out. And it was a YouTuber that lives there that walked around and showed us those also outside of the news. And see, it's just and then didn't they say something about, they found him in Pennsylvania. Didn't this lady just say that they turned around from, and they came to Pennsylvania or something from New York? They started seeing them in there. This is where Luigi is coming from. This is what? Are y'all paying attention? This don't make no sense to me, yet it feels connected in some kind of way. All I know is, all I'm sure is that it's very creepy to me.
In total, 10, maybe 12 of these things.
What?
And some of them came closer. They went over my building. You could hear the whir of the motor. They seemed pretty large.
The Brooklyn sightings coming after folks in Staten Island and in several New Jersey.
Did Luigi call the drones? I mean, look, and then they said it was a concert. And in this concert, I don't know where it was, but I seen it. And they said that they flashed these pictures of Luigi on a big screen in his orange, and the crowd went wild. Did y'all see that? Man, And then this lady, like I said, let me find this. Well, we'll talk about it in a minute. Let me get through this. It's wild.
Neighborhoods also saw the flying objects believed to be drones. The incident's so frequent in Jersey, one county's own officers even called 911 this week after seeing 50 drones come off the Atlantic Ocean. The increasing number of sightings from coast to coast leaving public officials scrambling.
We don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing.
At this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat or have a foreign nexus.
See, that's exactly why I wanted this one to play, because of this nonsense. But y'all ain't telling us nothing.
The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are investigating these sightings, and they're working closely with state and local law enforcement to provide resources.
President-elect Donald Trump even responding with a post on Truth Social suggesting officials
shoot them down.
Shoot the suspected drones down if they can't deter.
Hold on, man. This is not good, y'all. I'm telling you. All of this aggression across the world. Mysterious drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know, and now. Otherwise, shoot them down. So, the Patriots that he letting out inauguration day, y'all think they ain't bout it? If don't nobody take action? This is not good.
And responding with a post on Truth Social, suggesting officials shoot the suspected drones down if they can't determine their origin. News Nation's Mills Hayes tracking the very latest developments. Mills, what are we learning tonight?
Hey, good evening, Natasha. Well, these drone sightings are causing panic across the country as more states report seeing them in the sky and even over military installations. The mystery drones even temporarily shutting down a New York airport Friday night, causing New York Governor Hochul to say this has gone too far.
After weeks of drone sightings, the size of SUVs, people who live in New Jersey are fed up.
It's unnerving and it's disturbing, and they have to do something.
So why isn't somebody tracking it and seeing where it lands? Because we have cameras everywhere.
The Ocean County Sheriff's Office in New Jersey has tried tracking the mystery drones.
We have the sergeant's testimony that they travel at 50, 60 miles an hour. Our drones, we can't chase them too quick because our drones only go 40.
Eyewitnesses say the drones are 8 to 10 feet or as big as an SUV.
They're going all over the state, all over the county, and it doesn't seem like they're limited by how far they can go. So it's just, it's impressive. It's different.
But lawmakers on both sides don't find it so impressive.
This is people messing with stuff. This is something going down, something they preparing for, something they testing, something that got something to do with something that's not good for us.
As reported, sightings across the country have grown out of the Northeast and to states like Maryland, Florida, and California. New York Governor Hochul has called on the Biden administration to send more federal law enforcement to her state to ensure safety. President-elect Trump, meanwhile, calling for more information to be released by the government. And if that doesn't surface, to shoot the drones down.
They must immediately disclose more information to the public. It's totally and completely unacceptable.
It's a test.
What y'all think gonna happen in January if this ain't resolved by then? What do y'all see happening? I guess the people that ain't hitting the thumbs up is the ones that's laughing. Thanks. Keep hitting those reactions, y'all.
Somebody's testing us, and we're failing that test.
And Natasha, the White House says that there is no evidence at this time that these drone sightings pose a national security or even a public safety threat or have a foreign connection. New Jersey has told its firefighters to not approach those downed or landed drones and to instead call a bomb squad.
What? Hold on, what? Is it somebody been reporting some downed drones?
Foreign connection. New Jersey has told its firefighters to not approach those downed or landed drones and to instead call a bomb squad. Natasha?
Yeah, Mills Hayes with that. Thank you.
Thanks for.
And exactly where are the ones that's down and landed? Man, listen. Come on, people. We want to know.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Vito Fasella. I just want to pose a question that I think is on millions of people's minds around here. What if there were 3,000 reports of drones or manned aircraft sightings over the U.S. Capitol or the White House or the State House in Albany, what would happen? There would be an immediate and intense response to figure out what they were and to solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, millions of people around here, New Jersey, of course, here in Staten Island and beyond, are getting nothing but don't believe what you see. You know, there's a saying that we had after 9/11: if you see something, say something. I think that's become, if you see something, don't worry about it, because we saw it too. And the people of Staten Island deserve answers. The people of this city and state and region deserve answers of what the heck is going on. Just last night in my neighborhood, my neighbor sent a video of whatever it is flying over our house.
Look at that, man.
And yet we're told, don't believe what you see. It's shocking to us that here we are almost a month later, 3,000 sightings, drones, manned aircraft, and our folks don't have an answer. We're calling upon not just the New York City Police Department, but others to get involved, get aggressive, figure out what these things are, and help at least alleviate some of the frustration, anxiety that many people share. This is 2024. They're either lying or they're incompetent or they're both. How can we, the United States of America, have this going on and we're told just look the other way? Ignore it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I'm not feeling fuzzy about these things. How about y'all?
We know for a fact that there may be some who are, performing some type of surveillance. Well, let's be honest with the American people and treat them like adults and tell them what it is. Yet here we are, standing, because we know recently the reports over this asset, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Here we are in Fort Wadsworth, one of the oldest military installations in the country. There was, we believe, a drone flying above the bridge. We also know on the other side of the island, there was a drone flying over New York Container Port in the Goethals Bridge. And we're supposed to just let it be? Come on, folks, step up to the plate and be honest and truthful with the American people, the people of Staten Island, and solve this problem once and for all. We're in this together. I know we have many folks around this region who are weighing in now. It's about time. We started a couple of weeks ago asking that, along with the Congresswoman, to include at least Staten Island in any investigation that's going on at the FAA and the FBI. This is not to take away.
I'm wondering how long has this been going on? You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I've been seeing people looking up at the sky, saying that they seen something. It was a family and a young boy. I'm going to see if I can find it. He seen something, and I can't remember the story, but I just remember it was something in the sky and an image of something that scared the crap out of them.
They didn't start this problem, but they have an obligation to let us know what the heck is going on. As I said, we're all in this together, and representing us in D.C. and Congress is our Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis.
Thank you, Vito. 20 years ago, they filmed War of the Worlds on Staten Island, and now we feel like we're characters in that movie. What is happening is outrageous. Thousands of drones and unmanned aerial systems flying above us, and our government is not telling us who's operating them.
Wait a minute. I think you said, I remember something about a balloon too being shot down. So them Chinese air balloons been floating since 2016. Google that, but last president mentioned nothing. I remember them firing one down. It was a white one floating. Wasn't it like last year? Wasn't that long ago?
And for what purpose? I don't believe that the United States of America, with its military capabilities, does not know what these objects are. And what I'm asking, and what we're all asking, is for you to be straight with us and just tell us what is going on. As Vito says, this is creating havoc. People are confused, they're concerned, they have anxiety, they don't know what's going on. There's all sorts of theories that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's getting worse because we all paying attention. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm leaning more towards they know what it is because they're doing it or something like that. But that still scares me because what are they preparing for? WAR? Anyone? I don't know.
The best way to address this is to just be honest and tell the American people what is going on. These are not recreational drones. These are not, I don't believe.
Are they dropping something that could just destroy the world? Hey, I don't know. What are they coming up out the water from? What? Who is controlling these? From where? Who made these? These is like flying vehicles then. They describing them as buses and garages and SUVs. Like, is this the Jetsons?
Commercial drones, because if they are violating existing rules and regulations,
exactly,
which say that they need to be under 400 feet.
And that's what I'm saying. It's some type of regulations. I've heard that you even gotta have to fly drones if you're gonna fly them high in certain areas. I don't know because I've never had one, but let's listen.
And they can't be operating in the middle of the night after between sunset and sunrise.
Well, look at what is this?
So that leaves two options. It's our government, or there's a foreign nexus. And so either our government is doing some type of surveillance activity or surveying, or what really would concern, I think, everyone, there's a foreign government that is doing this type of activity and surveillance. And they're doing it above sensitive infrastructure, Verrazano Bridge, this U.S. Coast Guard base,
Good morning, yeah.
the Army installation across the water, power plants, ports.
Drones aren't UFOs, dummy. Watch your language, John. I don't know who you calling a dummy, but I better not see that no more. Good morning, TBZ. I need a couple of y'all to help me moderate this morning. TBZ, you gonna be around? Can you help me moderate? Street, can you help me moderate? Debbie, can you help me? Let me know if y'all can. I see the trolls is about to start rising up. The sun is coming up.
And so,
or going down, I should say. The demons they gotta go to sleep before the lights come on. So they gonna get the rising up maybe.
Again, just be straight with us. Tell us what it is. And let's address it the best possible way.
Sure. Okay.
So we can calm everyone down and make sure that these don't pose a threat to our national security and public safety. Because even if it is not nefarious, the fact that these things are flying all over is a public safety issue. There can be an accident. There could be an explosion. There could be a crash. This is a very densely populated area. And going back to the FAA restrictions, you cannot be flying these things above and around buildings if it's commercial or recreational. So something's not right here, and we need our government to give us answers and also put in place restrictions so that this does not continue and enforce the existing regulations and restrictions. And that means our government needs to follow those rules as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Recently, just a few days ago, we announced that the city, in partnership with the MTA, Port Authority, and others, actually took 70,000 ghost vehicles.
Just if somebody comes in here being rude, name calling, or calling me stupid, or I don't care if people have a difference of opinion, but if they come in here rude, they got to go to the block party. Difference of opinion is different, though.
Off the roads, bikes, e-bikes, mopeds, motorcycles, and cars. And yet here we are helpless with these ghost drones flying above. We also know that, as Nicole said, this is a public safety issue because there were reports out in New Jersey how somebody who needed to be medevaced to a hospital was prevented from doing so because of the drones. And we're just supposed to take this lightly? What is at the state level? State Senator Jessica Scarcella.
Got the moderator. I see TBZ.
Thank you. Good morning. One of the best sayings is that sunlight is always the best disinfectant. And leaving people and our community up to their own devices to decide what these drones might be, could be, and not giving the people answers from the top, from the government officials who are way higher up than any of us here locally. It's not right to us as we get hundreds upon hundreds of constituent requests and questions asking them what this is about that we have no answer. So this is us standing today demanding an answer. We need to be able to tell our constituents what is going on. And even if you just could provide a little bit more information. Is this something of ours? Is this something that you need to do for security purposes? Even if it's vague, an answer is better than look away. Don't look up. That's unacceptable. And the people of New York, the people of New Jersey, which I have friends who are complaining that there are dozens upon dozens above her house. She lives by a military installation in Jersey every single night, and nobody's doing anything. We need answers, and we need them now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica. Now, there's also reports of
Street and Debbie, can y'all type something so I know that y'all got the moderator? I see you, TBZ. Please like and share. Yes, please hit the thumbs up, y'all. 178 people.
Why don't you shoot them down? Perhaps the president of the United States or the governor of the state of New York or elsewhere should say or issue an executive order to allow people to shoot the things down. There were those who had said in public life, well, don't be concerned.
Okay, thanks, Debbie.
Some of those people actually said they don't know what they are, but don't be concerned. You can't have it both ways. How can you not know what they are and say you shouldn't be concerned? So we're getting to the point of reckless rhetoric, reckless behavior, and basically, as I said before, you're either lying or incompetent to the people. State Senate Assemblyman Michael.
Yeah, TBZ, exactly. So, yeah, come on now. Enjoy the funky hot block party, Brian. And Street and Debbie, you can view that to see the kind of stuff, the nonsense I'm talking about. That's ridiculous. That ain't going to.
Thank you to the borough president for holding this press conference today. You know, tons and tons of constituents have contacted my office. I know they contacted the offices of my colleagues, and we just don't know what to tell them. We just don't know what to tell them because we're not getting any answers, and it's completely inexcusable. They owe it to the taxpayers. We owe it to the taxpayers. We, as representatives of the taxpayers, need to be able to inform our constituents of what.
I'm down. I'm with everything that they saying right now. They are very upset, nervous, scared, everything that everybody probably is feeling right now. Like, what do they think we are? A bunch of children? Y'all can't tell us the truth? Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just tell y'all nothing and expect you to say nothing. What
the investigation has yielded. And we have none of that. We have none of that. They're either lying or they're incompetent.
Exactly.
It's 2024. You mean to tell me that we don't have the means to find out what these are within our own borders, over New Jersey, over Staten Island, over the tri-state area? Completely inexcusable. And I call not just on the federal government, I call on the New York State Police, I call on the NYPD to get involved, coordinate, investigate, so we could finally get some answers for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Well, point of personal privilege. At 10:02, I just became a grandfather.
Aren't you glad we moved the press conference up?
Our first grandchild, Riley Parker. So congratulations to Kirsten and Dylan. Sorry about that. Sorry about the baby. Anyway. With us, a great fighter locally in the city council, not just a great representative, a great person, Councilman David Carr.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Borough President. Congratulations, and we appreciate your leadership. Even when families do the calls, you're here with us today fighting. And I particularly want to thank also the Congresswoman who's been on top of this since this issue first emerged. She's been absolutely a fighter for us in DC and here in New York. And the truth of the matter is that the people just want to know what's going on. Communication breeds confidence. Silence breeds insecurity. And if this is really nothing, right, then just get us the answer and tell us what it is. When sightings of this nature happen of this magnitude and above sensitive locations.
If you're going to come in here and say something like that you put a name behind it, because I'm going to assume you talking about me.
Above people's homes, they have a right to want to know what is going on. They have a right to answers. And that's all we're seeking. We're seeking answers so that we can calm the situation down. If indeed it is something that is not a big deal. And if it is a big deal, the people also need to be secure in the knowledge that whatever it is, that their government at every level, federal, state, and city, is acting in their best interest, is acting to protect them and their families. And they're never going to know that unless they get the answers that we're all here seeking today. So I thank my colleagues here in Staten Island and throughout the region for their leadership in seeking those answers, and we commit to our constituencies that we're going to get them the security that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. And joining us in the North Shore, a great person indeed, a good friend, Councilmember Camille Hanks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, you have the entire Staten Island elected officials standing before you today because these times are uncertain. And in these uncertain times, every day adds a new issue that affects our public safety. So the latest are now drones. So I'm not going to belabor the point for time and warmth to repeat everything that my colleagues have said here behind me. But I am here to make sure that the hundreds of constituents that reached out to our office, that I am here with you. Staten Island elected officials are here with you. We are here demanding answers for the NYPD, our government, and anyone and everyone who can let us know what's happening.
again, these times are uncertain and people are afraid. Every day there's a new calamity, a new thing that is threatening our public safety. So I thank our borough president, our congresswoman, and my colleagues standing behind me. It's wonderful to have such colleagues that are always on call and are always there fighting for the betterment of Staten Island. Thank you so much. Stay warm and happy holidays.
Thank you, Councilmember. Michelle, you're not going to speak? No. Okay, from Councilmember Rowley's office, Michelle, and from DA McMahon's office, James Clinton. James, want to say something? Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. James Clinton here on behalf of Staten Island District Attorney Mike McMahon. I want to congratulate the borough president. Also thank him for gathering us here today. Now, you've heard some of the potential public safety risks associated with these drones. It's very easy to imagine a worst case scenario here, but we deserve to know what's flying in our skies. We deserve to protect our airspace. Staten Islanders deserve answers. So too do our neighbors in Jersey, all right? And there's another concern here, which is we've seen this over the past 4 years, really, is when the federal government is not readily forthcoming, or even local government is not readily forthcoming with critical information that Americans are demanding, it's very easy for misinformation, disinformation, and fear to spread, which is something we all want to prevent, right? So the best way to prevent that is transparency. And right now, we're not getting those answers. So yes, as the Assemblyman stated, we're calling on the NYPD. We're also calling on federal law enforcement to empower local law enforcement, make sure that we get the resources, technology, and necessary people power here on the ground to conduct a thorough investigation, find out what is going on here, and get those answers back to the American people. You know, the DA's office is here today because this is a nonpartisan issue. This is about government transparency and public safety. Thank you.
All right, James, thank you. From Assemblyman Mike Riley's office, Denise, you want to stay?
Good morning. I am Denise Pacheco. I represent Assemblymember Michael Riley. I apologize that the Assemblymember could not be here this morning. Like his colleagues before us, he is deeply concerned about the recent drone activity reported in our community. As you've seen today, we are committed to working with our partners in government and law enforcement to investigate this matter. And we'll continue to monitor the situation as it develops. The safety and security of our community, I apologize for that, for our community, of course, is our top priority. Assemblymember Riley encourages Staten Islanders to report any suspicious drone activity to local authorities by calling 311 or 911. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Denise. Anybody else? Got everybody? So here you have it. We're speaking with one voice. I think we're speaking on behalf of the voice of people, 500,000 people in Staten Island, millions across this region. I dare say, for those who dated ourselves, perhaps it's time to call in the Drone Ranger. With all that said, I don't know. Sorry about that.
So I wanted to point out some more, the other part of the aggression that I'm seeing, like this whole deportation thing, the mass, there was a hearing from the Senate. The Judicial Committee holds a hearing on the impact of the possible mass deportation. And so this adds to what I'm feeling. All of this stuff moving at one time. Then you got the inauguration coming, and this is a lot because we already know millions of immigrants got let in here under the Democratic administration. And now this is what they're talking about.
Elections have consequences. For the last 4 years, we have seen the most radical experiment in open borders this nation has ever seen. There are many reasons the American people showed up in overwhelming numbers to vote, to re-elect Donald Trump, to elect a Republican majority in the Senate, to re-elect a Republican majority in the House, but there was no reason more front and center than the open borders of the last 4 years. And I have to say, I think there were a number of us wondering, did any of the Democrats in Congress learn anything from the election? And the existence of this hearing makes very clear the answer is no. We've seen 12 million people come into this country illegally under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. My home state of Texas has seen more than any state in the country. There is a reason that the Rio Grande Valley, which has been Democrat for over 100 years, flipped red this election. Because when your home is invaded by more than 12 million people, it changes your voting patterns. Every single day, we have seen Americans murdered. We have seen women raped. We have seen children brutalized by criminal, illegal aliens released deliberately.
Aliens.
By Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
And we got aliens.
The numbers are staggering.
Flying around.
According to ICE, as of July 21st, 2024, nearly 650,000 criminal illegal aliens were currently on ICE's non-detained docket, which means they've been released. They're wandering around. They're free. And of those 650,000, 14,944 have been convicted of homicide.
That is crazy. So do we believe that these people gonna all leave peacefully? It's a lot of moving parts. And plus the fact that them trying to take his head off before, before this even happened, before the election was even over with. So I don't know, y'all.
You want to know what mass deportation is? Those 14,944 better pack their bags right now.
See what I'm saying? The aggression.
Because with a new administration, we're going to show up, we're going to arrest you, and we are going to deport you.
Then we hearing about no more birthrights. No matter if you was born here or not, they can send you back to your origination. Like, what? It was some other stuff I heard, a lot of other stuff. I'm just like, I had to lay down and wake back up on that stuff. We'll talk about it another time. I really don't like talking about...
20,061 have been convicted of sexual assault. Now, I want you to ask...
I really don't like talking about politics, but this is very important, man, with all of these moving parts. And then, I still see the connection with Luigi, being that we talking about drones in New York and Pennsylvania, and like it's the drones following his path, and then people posting up the CEOs. The world is just all riled up right now. Connected with the Luigi thing, disconnected with mostly everything else.
Ask of my Democrat colleagues, and it is striking that virtually none of them are here. That is reflected in their conduct because they are silent and putting their head in the sand as to the human tragedies. But what resident of what blue state says, you know what, America's better off with 20,000...
Did he just call his colleagues out?
...rapists being released into this country? 105,146 have been convicted of assault. I would ask my Democrat colleagues if they were here, why the hell today does the Biden administration not go and arrest every one of these criminals and deport them? What rational world says America is better off with more criminals? And these are not just statistics.
Wait.
Ms. Moran, thank you for being here.
Oh.
The country grieves the loss of your daughter. Your daughter was beautiful. She was a mom who I know loved her kids. And she's not with us today. She was raped and murdered because this administration chose to release a violent criminal into America. Your daughter should still be alive. And every one of these victims should still be alive. Laken Riley, a name that the Democrats on this committee can't bring themselves to utter, should still be alive. And in my hometown of Houston, Jocelyn Nungry, I've gotten to know Jocelyn's mother, Alexis, very well. Ms. Moran, like you, Alexis is incredibly brave. I cannot imagine the pain. I'm a father.
Now, I don't want to get into their cases because it's, a little bit too brutal for what this is planned for. But I do remember seeing her face. I heard about her just through this, and Laken, I'm not sure of everything, but just because of what happened to RAPE and all of that is just really bad. But I'll let them say a little bit more.
To lose your child, no parent should have to bury their child. Children should bury their parents, not the other way around.
I'm going to go to where she at. Let's see. The mom.
It is wrong what happened to you. But I want to say to you, thank you for having the courage to tell Rachel's story.
And murder statistics by illegal immigrants are actually against children. Yep. And to me, that's astounding. I don't know how many people here have children or grandchildren, but can you imagine your 7, 8, 9-year-old daughter being forcibly raped? A guy just ran up behind me and tried to pull me down to the ground. And if it wasn't for the fact that I could fight him off and run to a store to call the police, I might not be here. And then
Okay, so we are not going to get all into that, but just the whole, everything that's going on in this world. And Yeah. Just point it out, y'all, how I'm nervous. I'm curious about I'm concerned about the safety of us. Don't time out who? What happened? Okay, let me hold on, let me cover this up. I don't want that word to be said too much either. Now, let me cover this up. So there was some other things that I'm looking at. You know that we have been recently talked about Ahmaud Arbery and the DA, and the fact that the woman who protected these guys first, and I'm gonna have to pull up some. Let me see what we got. But that's where I want to go next. I want to talk about that. The DA, her trial is allegedly coming up. But I just find it interesting that they've been stalling for all these years and now it's coming up. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm looking at all of these moving parts because I know they said when Trump get in, he was talking about full immunity and all of this stuff. We got Biden pardoning 1,600 or commuting sentences, pardoning his son. And it's just like, are we going through all the motions just for these people to be let out anyway? They waited all this time, and finally her trial is coming up. So I want to talk about that.
Wow.
Okay, so let me switch the video and see what they talking about. This lady right here, ex-DA.
Georgia District Attorney is expected to go to court next month. Jackie Johnson, who was charged with hindering a police investigation into the murder of...
This is actually an older video. I think this video is from like 2 years ago or something.
Ahmaud Arbery will have a chance to make a plea.
On your side, Tristan Hardy spoke with Arbery's father.
Oh, let me end this poll too. So I asked drones, is this the end? Yes, I'm afraid. 15% of y'all. I ain't never scared. 33% of y'all. I'm ready. 16% of y'all. Find Jesus now. 36%. So Find Jesus Now won. Thank you for the 152 votes. People are afraid. People are concerned. Some people don't like the word afraid or scared or whatever, but let's be real. It's a lot of demonic activity moving around right now, and I'm not sure what's really going on. So I'm truly concerned and seeking the good Lord.
He's joining us from the news.
I got God with me all the time.
Room tonight. Tristan, what did he tell you?
Anthony, it's been 2 years since Ahmaud Arbery was killed, and to this day, Marcus Arbery Sr. says he struggles coping with his loss, and he says his family has been waiting for this moment. Jackie Johnson is charged for violating her oath of public office and obstruction. She's accused of using her office to try and protect the McMichaels, and on the day of the shooting, telling police to not arrest the men who killed Arbery.
You hear this? She protected these thug criminals that chased him down just because he was running in their neighborhood. Their alleged neighborhood, because they don't own not one brick on that block but they house. They don't own the street. You can't control what somebody do, and they already criminalized him. And Facebook played a major part in this case because they had a whole community page where the neighbors were talking about him and talking about property that was stolen out of their car. Somebody's one of the Travis, his weapon was stolen out of his car. Somebody else's purse. I guess they was leaving valuable things in their car and not locking their door. And so they was when they seen him in this apartment or in this house that was being built, even before all of that, they just felt like he didn't have no right to be in them. What you over there for? Despite the fact that many people have visited that home that was being fixed, that was being built. They were going into that home, just looking around. He was no different from anyone else, except for y'all see what Ahmaud looked like. That chocolate must have had them hot and bothered. And they gunned him down. And this is the woman that protected them first. She should have went down right when they went down. But they just getting around to it.
He has since denied any wrongdoing, and yesterday, a senior Superior Court judge ordered Johnson to appear in court for arraignment. And this will be her first court appearance since she was indicted last year. Marcus Arbery Sr. says Johnson needs to be held accountable.
So December 22nd, 10 o'clock at the Glenn County Courthouse. This date has been selected for the purpose of an arraignment. So look at this date, and here we in 2024. Like I said, this is from 2 years ago. We're going to get to the latest update.
Just got to think how long she's been doing this stuff and messing African American people up and all this stuff. It just
exactly. Abuse of power. How long? How many are there? Very valid question.
mess. And you know, God just had to show up. He got his way of showing you up when you're doing wrong.
And Jackie Johnson's court date is December 29th at 10 in the morning. She's expected to show up to the Glenn County Courthouse. In the newsroom, I'm Tristan Hardy.
Wait a minute. Is this the new one? Hold on. Let me double check. But I'm going to let him play.
First Coast News on your side.
I think that's just a coincidence.
Years after former Georgia District Attorney Jackie Johnson was indicted on charges related to her handling of the Ahmaud Arbery case, progress has been stalled. Johnson, who was indicted for violating her oath and...
Stalled is a damn understatement. You hear me? It's been years, and this broad is just now being... Hold on, let me look at this video. Yeah, that video that I just played is from 2 years ago. And it was actually posted November 30th of 2022. This video that's playing right now is today, is recent. Let me double check when this one was posted. No, this one is not today. This one is from 2 months ago. So we working our way to today. This one is from September 16th of 2024.
hindering police has yet to stand trial. The case has faced delays because Johnson's attorney is part of a high-profile trial. Arbery, a 25...
Because they stalling. She should have got another attorney. Oh, that's what they saying. Really? That's the first I'm hearing of that. Because her attorney is in a high-profile trial. What trial is that?
A 5-year-old black man was killed in 2020.
Hold on.
He was jogging when 3 white men chased and cornered him in Glenn County. While the men responsible have been convicted, the black man was killed in 2020 trial. Arbery, a 25, is part of a high-profile trial.
What trial is that? Jimmy Atkinson. Is that not us? That's just them. I don't know what trial her attorney is allegedly working on. How long he been working on this?
Attorney is part of a high-profile trial. Arbery, a 25-year-old black man, was killed in 2020. Has yet to stand trial. The case has faced delays because Johnson's attorney is part of a high-profile trial. Arbery, a 25-year-old black man, was killed in 2020. He was jogging when 3 white men chased and cornered him in Glenn County. While the men responsible have been convicted, Arbery's family argues justice will not be complete until Johnson is held accountable. Senior Judge John Turner reassures the public that the case will proceed despite the
but this woman been out all this time, though.
I do believe. Indicted by a grand jury in 2021, former Brunswick District Attorney Jackie Johnson was in court today ahead of her January trial.
Johnson is charged with
Okay, now I do believe that is today. We'll let it play.
Interfering with the 2020 police investigation of the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. She's accused of using her power as a high-profile prosecutor in Glenn County to help Greg McMichael and his son Travis McMichael, who are both now serving life sentences. Our Christina Burgess is joining us right now. And Christina, let's talk about what happened in court today.
Her buddy.
Yeah, guys. Well, both the prosecution and defense argue.
Yes, this is from 3 days ago, y'all. So the trial is in January. We gonna be tuned in. That's for dang on sure. This was posted December 11th, 2024.
About what evidence they want to be used in the January trial. They disagreed about the use of Jackie Johnson's past prosecutions, her status as a high-profile former prosecutor, and the Attorney General's involvement in this upcoming trial.
Former Brunswick District Attorney Jackie Johnson appeared in front of a judge for the first time since being charged by a grand jury in 2021. Johnson is accused of using her power to protect Greg McMichael and his son Travis McMichael by urging.
And they went anyway, so using her power did nothing but stall things. Look at her. She deserved a life. You hear me? She deserved life. Also, look at her. Karen herself. KK Karen herself. What a disgusting, despicable person.
Accused of using her power to protect Greg McMichael and his son Travis McMichael by urging police not to arrest Travis after he fatally shot 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery in 2020. During Wednesday's hearing, the prosecution asked the judge to not allow the defense to use any of Jackie Johnson's high-profile cases or electoral successes in the trial. Her lead defense attorney, Brian Steele, pushing back.
There's no prejudice, and it's part of the life of Ms. Johnson, and we anticipate bringing in the fact that she was appointed by then Governor Sonny Perdue. We're not doing it for popularity. We're doing it because that's characteristics of her life.
In another motion, Johnson's defense asked the judge to disqualify.
She was a fraud the whole time. If she did this, what else did she do? How many are there? Can't trust nothing.
Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, since he wants to call Carr as a witness in January.
I don't believe that it is within the law to allow a prosecutor or any lawyer to also be a witness, and it's a material witness in the case.
The prosecution disagreed.
You can't just subpoena the constitutional officer and put them on the witness stand. There are certain protections to that.
Judge John R. Turner didn't issue any ruling in court Wednesday, but said he will have written orders on these motions by next week.
Jury selection for Johnson's trial is scheduled to start January 21st. Both the prosecution and defense told.
Man, finally. But where's the justice? Will justice ever come? Will justice ever come for this lady? Let me see what they're saying here. So this indictment has been stalled from September 2nd of 2021. That's when a grand jury first indicted her on the charges of violating her oath of office as the Brunswick Judicial Circuit DA by allegedly directing officers not to arrest Travis McMichael, the son of the former employee, Greg. Oh, don't arrest him, not even knowing Greg is just as involved. He calls her on the phone. They got it on voicemail. They got it recorded of this father calling. Oh, I got myself in a little trouble and I don't know what to do. And I'm talking about the fact that she did that. It took a long time it took months. I don't know exactly the time, but it took a while for them to finally go down. And the only reason why they really went down is because their friend, the one that was also involved, thought that, oh, well, let's show them this recording to clear myself. And it made all of them look guilty because they were. So she tells them, to the directing officers, not to arrest Travis McMichael, the son of her former employee, Greg, in Arbery's murder. She's also charged with handpicking the DA who would investigate Arbery's murder after she declared a conflict of interest. So she tapped one of her buddies in, okay, to sit in her place, which was also in their favor. So Johnson arrived in a court similar attire to when she was the county's top prosecutor. Pantsuit, pearl necklace. She sat on the defense table to the right. Anyway, who cares? Let's keep going. I don't even know if I got another video after this one.
Both the judge, they expect
Okay.
this case to take about 2.5 weeks. If convicted of violating her oath of office, she could face up to 5 years in prison. Christina Burgess, First Coast News, on your side.
It's now 37 minutes past the hour. The former Brunswick district attorney, who's accused of using her authority to protect the people who killed Ahmaud Arbery, is now expected to go to trial early next year.
A trial date just set earlier this week has been a long time coming for Arbery's family. Tristan Hardy on your side. It was something they've been inquiring about since Arbery's killers were actually convicted.
Yeah, that's right, Lou. So it's been more than 4 years since Ahmaud Arbery was killed and nearly 2 years since Travis and Gregory McMichael and William Bryan were sentenced. Former District Attorney Jackie Johnson will be back in court next month ahead of her January 21st trial in Glenn County. Now, Johnson is accused of using her authority to protect Gregory and Travis McMichael, who were both convicted for Ahmaud Arbery's murder. She initially recused herself from handling the case because one of the suspects was a retired investigator who worked with her. The former DA has since pleaded not guilty.
So Greg was a retired investigator. The father, Greg McMichael, worked directly with her and was able to be privileged to not be arrested for something that they did that they knew that day was murder. And then we got, I mean, the other things that I'm looking at, like I said, is that Biden is commuting these people's sentences. And so it's just like, okay, so we go through all the motions and then somebody decide, you know, that somebody knew on their way out of presidency or on their way in. Both is happening. On his way out, Biden, 1,600 votes. Trump, on his way in, the first people he thinking about is the ones that stormed the Capitol, and they was the criminals. So we gonna talk about that too. All of these things are concerning, and it's like, to me, it's like we just go through the motions just to have the same end result. No justice. I'm just saying.
Guilty. So I reached out to Daryl Cohen,
I'm not
a Georgia
looking at the
defense
chat
attorney
at this point, y'all.
and former prosecutor. He says this case isn't normal and people should expect the unexpected.
It has to be 12 jurors. It has to be unanimous. It's not 11-1 or 9-3. It has to be unanimous or a guilty verdict. If each one of the 12 jurors that are selected finds that she did exactly what the state is alleging, then they will convict her.
Now, the Georgia Attorney General's office says they're looking forward to presenting their case in court. Keitha?
Now, this is something, hold on, I don't want to go here yet. They found 3 women deceased in a house. I don't know what the heck is going on. I think but I got that coming up. But before I go there, I want to talk about these guys. At least one of the guys that Biden commuted his sentence. Now, and it was a woman too. It was a lot of people. But what I'm looking at is the fact that these people were actually sentenced for some pretty heavy crimes, and they get to get out. You know, just let them out, let them go. I guess, wait, hold on. I guess before I do that, it's a little out of place, but it's not in this queue, so I'm gonna let this one play. This is the 3 women that was found deceased in a South Columbus home. This is actually from this morning. I think it's from this morning or yesterday morning. I'll let y'all know in a minute. But all of the stuff I'm looking at, it's a lot going on, y'all. It's a lot. Please smack that thumbs up if you can find it in your troll heart to do so.
So just before 4 p.m. this afternoon, officers were called to a 1300 block of South Ohio on a report that a friend had found some of their friends inside this residence having medical distress. And when officers got there, they obviously contained the scene. And unfortunately, medics pronounced 3 adult female victims that had all passed away. And I just want to say, obviously, this time of year, it's any time of year, it's unfortunate when someone loses their life, but particularly this time of year during the holidays, it's going to be very difficult for all of these victims' family to come to the grips that, unfortunately, these family members will no longer be in their lives. So again, just to clarify, just before 4 p.m., officers were called to the 1300 block of South Ohio to investigate what a caller had described as a medical event for people inside of the house. And medics got here and pronounced 3 adult female victims all passing away. So at this point, this is still very active and ongoing. So we have very limited details that we can discuss. But unfortunately, 3 people have lost their lives. Again, all adult female victims.
Is it a homicide investigation?
It absolutely is a homicide investigation. But beyond what type of homicide or what led up to it, we're still unclear and we're working through that.
This was not a shooting.
We're working through the manner of death to determine what actually happened before we release any of that information.
When you got
So this video was actually posted by WSYX-ABC6 11 hours ago.
the scene, were there other people there? Was it a lot of people, a large
We
group?
did have witnesses there, and we're working through not only those witnesses, but canvassing the area for any video evidence. But again, very limited information at this time. And you see the amount of detectives we have back here that's going to work tirelessly to determine who done this heinous crime and bring justice to the family of these victims.
Are you thinking multiple suspects, one suspect?
Still unclear at this point how many suspects are involved.
But no one's in custody.
No one's in custody as of
And
right
the search
now.
is ongoing.
Absolutely ongoing.
And we looked up the house. It's registered to someone who was a victim of homicide earlier this week. Is that connected?
I don't have any of that information, so
What?
that's something that the investigators will work.
Wait a minute, what?
Family of these victims.
Are you thinking multiple suspects, one suspect?
Still unclear at this point how many suspects are involved.
But no one's in custody.
No one's in custody as of
And
right
the
now.
search is ongoing.
Absolutely ongoing.
And we looked up the house. It's registered to someone who was a victim of homicide earlier this week. Is that
Whoa! The house is the owner of the house was a victim of a homicide earlier this week. What's really going on? Let's hear that again. And he don't see these reporters be knowing more than the police. Cause they just looking at what's happening now and they connect the reporters already connecting the dots.
You see the amount of detectives we have back here that's going to work tirelessly to determine who done this heinous crime and bring justice to the family of these victims.
Are you thinking multiple suspects, one suspect?
Still unclear at this point how many suspects are involved.
But no one's in custody.
No one's in custody as of
And
right
the
now.
search is ongoing.
Absolutely ongoing.
And we looked up the house. It's registered to someone who was a victim of homicide earlier this week.
I wonder who is that?
Is that connected?
I don't have any of that information.
It's definitely damn connected.
So that's something that the investigators will work through to determine if that's accurate or not.
And we expect to be here for all night.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a very complex scene with the amount of victims that we have. It's going to take a little bit longer to make sure that we're very careful in going through the scene meticulously so we do not miss any key piece of evidence. Because unfortunately, it's very unusual to have so many victims in one incident. So, one homicide is one too many, but when you have 3, that's particularly alarming and troubling to us.
The caller, are they a suspect?
They're not a suspect at this time.
In this house, just to clarify where the crime scene is, it's the house that faces the alley. back
1300 block of South Ohio is what we're comfortable saying right now.
there. And then the house where you responded to, is this a house that's familiar with Columbus Police?
We are always in this neighborhood, not just that house, but many other houses. Again, we try to make sure that we patrol all areas geographically within the boundaries of the city of Columbus. But unfortunately, this house right now, we're just focusing on this particular investigation.
And do you believe they were killed today, or have they
Yes,
been,
today.
Wow, anything that are you hearing any helpful information from neighbors and people out here?
We have not, but this is a great time to stress if anyone has any information on this particular case, we urge them to come forward with that information because there's no evidence that we will not take or any call for any type of information.
Wow. So this Columbus, Ohio, 3 people found dead Saturday afternoon in a home on the south side. So a friend of the victims called Columbus police about 4 p.m. to report a medical event at the home in the 1300 block of South Ohio Avenue. Police say the woman had gone to the home to check on her friends when she found them. All 3 of the victims were pronounced at the scene. So what she mean that they talking about a medical event like that? What? If they was okay, anyway, all 3 were pronounced at the scene, which I believe when she seen them, they was pronounced already. But it's unfortunate when someone loses their life, but particularly this time of year. Hold on. I'm trying to see if they got any updates. Let's let them keep talking.
And that could possibly help us solve this case. So again, if you are out there and you have any information on this case, we urge you to come forward with it.
What's the age range? I know you said adult female, but can you give like 20s, 30s, 40s?
At this point, we're just going to stick with adult females at this. We're still working through the next kin notifications.
And have you talked to any of their families yet?
Still working through the next kin notifications.
And then, sorry, one more question. Are they related in any way?
That part I'm unsure of, and the investigators are trying to determine all that right now.
While you're here, can I ask you, just because it's curious that the name of the person is the name of the person who owns the house was a homicide victim, is there any update on that investigation into the Daryl Hambrick case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Daryl Hambrick. Daryl Hambrick. Is that what she said? Hold on.
The name of the person who owns the house was a homicide victim. Is there any update on that investigation into the Daryl Hambrick case?
Not that.
Have y'all heard of that case? Because I'm let me see if I can spell that name right. It just happened recently. I would think that is connected, y'all. That's crazy. Now, I only seen this video. I haven't been nowhere else. So I'm going to have to look and see. But I don't know how to spell that name. Hambrick. I'm not sure what she said. How she said it. Let me know if y'all know about what she come up.
Okay. Any indication of like what led up to that homicide? I know you probably.
I'm not at liberty to discuss that, unfortunately, because right now they're focusing on this investigation.
And then was there any drug activity at the house? Any drugs that you found inside?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I have a lot of
That's
questions
all right.
just because of what we're hearing. And then anything you can say about why this is such a complicated scene and why the information is so limited?
Again, it goes back to when you have multiple victims within one scene, there's so many moving parts because investigators obviously aren't sure exactly of everything. So they want to make sure they have a full picture in their head of what actually happened to piece these things together. So that's what makes it so particularly complicated because this isn't like the movies or TV.
Yeah, now let me see. I don't know. Did she say Daryl or Derek? How did you spell it? It sounded like she said Hambrick. Let's see. Let me see if I could. Wow. I'm gonna let this keep playing. Something else might have developed since then. This video, though,
where we have something wrapped up in an hour. You know what I mean? This is something that we want to make sure that we get it right. So that's why it's so complicated.
And you might not be able to comment on this, but we were just being told by some neighbors that a lot of homeless people hang out back there. That it's not like one person's house. Is that true?
All part of the investigation that they'll get to.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me see if I could pull something else up. They should have found something else by now. That was 8 hours ago. Everything. Wait, policing. Nope. I bet you they probably talking about it on other platforms. This should break. I mean, this should be something, but you never know. 3 people.
Homicide investigation. Thanks for joining us for NBC 4 at 11. I'm Kyle Beachy.
Definitely a homicide. Did I even have another one? Yeah.
Tonight, 3 women are dead in South Columbus. Police are calling it a homicide investigation. Thanks for joining us for NBC 4 at 11. I'm Kyle Beachy. Police were called to this home on South Ohio Avenue around 4 o'clock this afternoon. More than 7 hours later, police still working the scene. NBC 4's Brett Mills has been there for us tonight. Brett, what do we know so far?
Well, Kyle, there is still an active scene here on South Ohio Avenue with multiple Columbus police cars and detectives working the scene, saying that they will stay here all night if they have to.
It's unfortunate when someone loses their life, but particularly this time of year during the holidays, it's going to be very difficult for all of these victims' families to come to the grips that, unfortunately, these family members will no longer be in their lives.
Earlier today, Columbus police received a call for a medical event in the 1300 block of South Ohio Avenue. Once police arrived, 3 women were pronounced dead. And officers say this is a homicide investigation and there is an active search for a suspect. Some members of the community say they have never seen something like this.
Other than car accidents,
been a couple of those out here, but nothing this dramatic. So, yeah, it's kind of a shocker. It's unfortunate whoever got hurt or got killed. That, you know, they got families, they got mothers.
Police also say they have been talking with witnesses trying to get more information and looking for any video evidence into this incident, but note that this will be a long process moving forward.
There's so many moving parts because investigators obviously aren't sure exactly of everything, so they want to make sure they have a full picture in their head of what actually happened to piece these things together. So that's what makes it so particularly complicated.
And we will continue to follow this story and bring you more information once it's made available to us, both on air and online at NBC4i.com. Local for you, I'm Brett Mills, NBC4.
I'm Colin Dorsey. We begin 10 TD News this evening with some breaking news. Columbus police say 3 people were found dead in South Columbus just 3 hours ago. Police making that discovery after arriving at a home just east of Marion Village. 10 TV's Carla Roger arrived at that scene shortly before 4:30 this afternoon. She's been working.
Let me see. No, that's
to figure out what happened there this afternoon. Carla, what can you tell us right now?
Yeah, Colin, we know that the 3 people they found dead here were all women. Columbus police just gave an update at the scene about an hour ago, and they warned us they couldn't tell us as much information as they usually can because this is such a complicated case. They couldn't even share how the women died, but confirmed this is a homicide investigation. We're here on South Ohio Avenue, and the homicide investigation is actually happening at a home that faces the alley. Hours later, there is still a heavy police presence on the scene. Columbus.
Now, I read somewhere that they said originally this was reported as a shooting. So the scene on South Avenue was filled with multiple units of Columbus police cars, and Fox said officers were working with the detectives and canvassing the area. You see the amount of detectives we have back here is going to be a tireless place. Okay, so while the incident was originally reported as a shooting, police said they are working on the matters and the manner of the death. So some of the community, they still don't know nothing. I gotta look on Facebook.
Police responded to the home on South Ohio Avenue for a report of a shooting around 4 p.m. Sergeant James Fuqua tells us someone called 911 to report their friends were having a medical emergency. When officers arrived, they found 3 women dead inside. Police are not sharing
Wait a
anything
minute
about
now, that don't make sense to me. How do you call in a medical emergency and they come there and everybody, that don't make sense. So who called this in? That don't make sense. A medical emergency? If they was it reported as a medical emergency or that they was all fired upon? Which is it? Because they don't go together. So it's something shady with that part alone. If they telling it right.
When officers arrived, they found 3 women dead inside. Police are not sharing anything about the victims, their ages. Still a heavy police presence on the scene. Columbus police responded to the home on South Ohio Avenue for a report of a shooting around 4 p.m. Sergeant James Fuqua tells us someone called 911 to report their friends were having a medical emergency. When officers arrived, they found 3 women dead inside. Police are not sharing anything about the victims, their ages, or why they were at
3 people having a medical emergency at the same time. Make it make sense. It don't.
the house. Sergeant Fuqua says now they are working to put the pieces together.
We did have witnesses there, and we're working through not only those witnesses, but canvassing the area for any video evidence. But again, very limited information at this time. And you see the amount of detectives we have back here that's going to work tirelessly to determine who done this heinous crime.
So what I'm wondering is, see, now I understand that it all just happened. But as soon as they gather themselves from this scene, the first thing to investigate is who unalived the person last week at the same residence. Or at least that residence is in the name of the person that was fired, that was unalived last week. 3 adult women. Yeah, come on. I don't see no family talking yet, but we want to know who these people are, because this is a mass unalive, and that's 4 people. possibly of the same family. What's going on in Columbus, South Columbus?
And bring justice to the family of these victims.
Yeah, police just brought the command van to the scene about an hour ago. Sergeant Fuqua tells us that officers will be going through every piece of possible evidence meticulously to make sure they don't miss anything. They expect to be on the scene here for several hours still tonight.
Look, you was right, T. Beezy. She did. She said ham brick. So it's spelled ham and brick. So his name is Daryl. It says here, I came across an obituary. Daryl Hambrick, Columbus police investigation after 3 women. Okay, so let's see what they saying about this. What happened to Daryl? Is anybody arrested for that? Daryl, Darrell, Hambrick, ham and brick. Man, what is this crap? It's one of those articles that it's a bunch of mess. I won something. You've made the billionth search. Man, can I see this article? But I can type in his name now. Medics arrived on the scene. That is from that. 3 women unalive. Yes. Update. A 4th person believed to be the deceased woman's mother also found dead. Hold on. Wait. Okay, let's see what this say. Okay, so this is coming from a journalist on Facebook. It says, update, just before 8 p.m. Saturday evening, ALS paramedics responded to a shooting incident in the Cliffdale area west of Durban. Wait, the update said a 4th person believed to be the deceased woman's mother has also been found dead. Total of 4. Hold on, let me I'm not gonna read that because I'm not sure that. Hold on, let me go look at something else and I'm gonna let this play.
In Columbus, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
Carla, thanks. We are going to continue following this breaking story throughout the night. As we learn more, we will keep you updated on air, online, and in the 10 TV app, where you get push alerts right to your phone. It's free to download in your phone's app store.
Okay, so that ends those videos that I had up. I gotta pull up some more. Let me stop sharing that. But now I'm trying to figure out what's what. Who is Daryl? Let me pull up his obituary. See if I can get a picture. Please smack that thumbs up while I look through this information. What that got to do with what we talking about, Jimmy? However, the big women need love too. Are you a big boy yourself, sir? Daryl Hambrick. I have not heard what? Wait, where did this take place at? Dude, I want to know about Derek, but they keep on bringing up the women. Daryl, I mean. Daryl was 45. He was suffering from a gunshot wound. Hold on. I still don't have a picture, but it does say that he was suffering from a wound at about 1:25 p.m. on the 700 block of East Moeller Street. This article is from December 12th, 2024. So, Hambrick Hambrick has been was transported to the local hospital by the EMS, where he was pronounced at 3:26 on Wednesday. Police said detectives are working to determine what led up to the unaliving, according to the news release. Anyone with information, they want you to call the Columbus Police Homicide Unit 614-645-4730. And now 3 more people, possibly from the same family, women, found unalive. They don't know what happened to him. Like, what happened to him likely has everything to do with what happened to these women. Let me see if I can find family talking about him. Dang, somebody just posted 20 okay, so the man dies he died the following day. He was found by police who responded to the reports of a person shot in the Vassar Village neighborhood. They do not know what led to this. It remains under investigation. No pictures are out or anything yet of the women. Saying the same thing. It's like they reporting him as if they just started talking about him today. What is going on? Well, y'all, that's a developing story. I'm gonna keep my eyes out. I can't find no more information. Not that ain't repeating the same dang on thing. But this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, family have to speak out. If you want people to talk about it, y'all gotta say something. So when people looking for it, you'll be able to find it and be able to put it out there so people would know. Please smack that thumbs up. I do see a guy saying they unalive my Inga. But he probably ain't got nothing, but let me see what else he talking about. Nothing. That got nothing to do with his friend. First thing I see is something stupid. Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next case, which means I have to pull something else up. I'm not prepared, right? What the heck? Give me a minute, y'all. Please smack that thumbs up. Welcome in, Emotion. Thank you for coming through. Shout out to Latasha Turk. Good morning to y'all. Grand Rising. I'm thin and fit, but BBWs are where's that? You know, thin and fit guys do usually like big women, you know, but that's good. Wow. Oh wow, I won a membership. Thank you. Yes, Elizabeth Landers. I think somebody actually bought one, and I think it was yesterday that somebody bought that. Let's see if I could pull that up. Who was it? If it's still available, I can't get to it probably. But yeah, so the next thing I wanted to talk about was the commute people. Some of these people that Trump is commuting. I wanted to talk about the January 6th people that he's talking about, and another guy that I didn't know about. It's just so many moving parts, so much corruption going on right now. Even the judge and the sheriff that I talked about from the other, it's like the people that are held at this high regards and got all this authority and respect. These people are crumbling. It's like The world is just being exposed and crumbling before our eyes. You know what I'm saying? We got the drones, just all the stuff that I already said. I've never seen so much move at one time. That's how I'm feeling. Like, I'm just like seeing a lot right now. So give me a few minutes. I got to pull up some more. Not a few minutes. It should take me a second to pull up at least one that y'all could be watching while I'm getting everything else together. But we paying attention over here. And then if y'all did not see this video that I did concerning Diabra, we were talking about him, the guy that's Superman, the judge. And then the latest video was Jasmine Tucker, the 15-year-old that was gunned down with a high-powered rifle by these scary-ass cops. Yeah, allegedly. But they just killer cops. That's what they are. Can't call them nothing but that. So as a matter of fact, I'm gonna let this cruise play while we get to that. Oh no, never mind. Oh well, we might be able. We gonna go straight to that one, y'all, that I was talking about, because I already covered this case. I can't let y'all see it, but you could hear it until I get done pulling up this other stuff. Yeah, I gotta let y'all see the funny looking dude we talking about though before we can go any further. Oh, y'all can't hear nothing. I ain't even got to put it up. Good thing I did that. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Yeah. So we're gonna pull up Ahmaud Arbery. Not Ahmaud Arbery, but the judge Mickey Steins Mickey Steins, Sheriff Mickey Steins that unalived the judge. They got a lady that is recorded telling what she's seen in the judge's chambers. Again, these are people that are held at this high regard, and they are worse than the people they lock up. They really are. Disgusting. Despicable, actually. Check this out. And I got couple videos on this.
Kentucky, where we're learning more details that could have played a part in the fatal shooting of Judge Kevin Mullins.
Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins is accused of fatally shooting Mullins in his chambers following an argument. We've seen the video of this happen.
So I just wanted y'all to see their face right quick. This is the guys we talking about. Corruption being exposed.
Now we're learning about other alleged crimes that took place in those judicial chambers prior to the shooting.
Joining us now in studio with the very latest, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, boy, this case has gotten everyone's attention from the very beginning and now is getting even deeper. What can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Ted and Julia. We may now have more insight into what was truly going on behind those closed doors in the Letcher County Courthouse. Newly obtained audio recordings from a police interrogation allege Judge Kevin Mullins engaged in sextortion acts inside the same chambers where he was killed. The recordings are from a 2022 criminal investigation into Letcher County Deputy Ben Fields, who was convicted and sent to...
Now, pay attention that he said those recordings are from 2022. Why they just now addressing it? Why? Why are we just now hearing about this? This is something that they've been knowing about, and they did nothing. It spilled over, and they exposed themselves when Sheriff Mickey Steins went on his rampage. And when I tell you that, when they said the first thing he said when he walked out of there, they trying to kidnap my wife and kids. What kind of stuff y'all got going on? finding out about the underground stuff that's supposed to be like, man, this world is evil and it's corrupt and demonic from the things that I found out yesterday that I did not know. It's just too much. So I think this is, let me grab this one anyway, since we talking about this. But yeah, let me let this keep playing.
Prison earlier this year for the rape and sodomy of a female inmate. The woman heard on the recordings is victim Sabrina Atkins, who has been publicly vocal about her claims against the convicted deputy using his position of power to pressure her and other women to have sex in exchange.
So we're talking about a convicted deputy that worked under the Steins, Nikki Steins. He worked under him, like he was his boss, I guess. And then, of course, they both working under the judge, and they treating the judge's chambers like a Motel 8, a whorehouse, actually. You know what I'm saying? Let me put this picture up just to have something up there. That's Chris Brown in concert, and I'm gonna play a little bit of that video, but I don't want people to think we talking about them, because we're not. I'm just trying to pull up. Hold on. I don't want that to play. I just want to pull up some other videos here. But yeah, so anyway, everybody is being exposed. Let's go.
For favorable treatment. But she says Judge Mullins was involved as well.
He does have some videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers.
What kind of stuff?
Just with girls' sexual and stuff.
What describe?
Now, remember, they said this is from how many years ago? 2-3 years ago? Did they say that? They've been knowing this, but they're just now bringing out these recordings to help make it make sense. The reason why they that man unalived the judge. They was coming from having lunch. They was at lunch on break or whatever, and he had an attitude, I guess, and he told him maybe we need to talk in the chambers. Yeah, the chambers. He wasn't doing no talking. Something about the man picks up his phone, calls his daughter, because they said that he was put out of his house. I don't know how true that is, but he was allegedly, him and his wife was having issues because probably what he was going through at this courthouse, this whorehouse they had going on. So allegedly his wife had put him out. His daughter wasn't talking to him. So when he picked up his phone, he called allegedly his daughter. She didn't answer. He picked up the judge's phone and called his daughter, and she answered. So I don't know. Then he tells them they're gonna, so I don't know. It's just a lot going on. But let me let it keep playing.
But he does have some videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers.
What kind of stuff?
Just with girls' sexual and stuff.
What describe? Have you seen the videos?
I've seen one partly, just him having sex with girls for the able to get out of jail.
Who was having sex?
Ben and just some higher ups up there.
Who?
The judge and.
You saw the video.
Yeah.
What did you see on the video? I mean,
I've seen Judge Mullins have sex with a girl.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. Because I don't know a lot of people from up there.
Where was it at?
In his office, in the judge's chambers.
Is that the same place that you were meeting Ben? Is that how you know it was the judge's chambers? And this was Judge who?
Mullins.
Now, Atkins' attorney has gone on record saying, quote, it's like they were running a brothel out of that courtroom. And Atkins, along with
is what they was running over there. Hey, let me get the keys to the chambers, boss. Like, what? Oh, come on, you can do a little this and that. Do a little strange things for a piece of change to get off of that monitor. That house arrest monitor. Oh, you can't afford this house arrest monitor? Well, how about you do a little of this and that? And we'll make it all go away. Talk about abuse of power. Absolutely disgusting. But I'm so happy that these thugs are being exposed. Yeah,
another woman filed a civil rights
Talk about justice.
lawsuit against the deputy. Sheriff Steins was also named in the lawsuit, and he was deposed in the ongoing suit days before shooting Mullins back in September. But further in those recordings, Atkins can be heard saying Sheriff Steins was involved.
Mickey, hold on. Boy. Ooh, these are the people determining your life. What the hell we got going on here? Yeah, these are the people that tell you when you can eat, sleep, and poop. And here they are, right connected to the courthouse, doing this. Wow.
Turning our attention now to the state of Kentucky, where we're learning more details that could have played a part in the fatal shooting of Judge Kevin Mullins.
Sheriff Sean McKee Steins is accused of fatally shooting Mullins in his chambers following an argument. We've seen the video of this happening. Now we're learning about other alleged crimes that took place in those judicial chambers prior to the shooting.
Joining us now in studio with the very latest, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, boy, this case has gotten everyone's attention from the very beginning, and now it's getting even deeper. What can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Ted and Julia. We may now have more insight into what was truly going on behind those closed doors in the Letcher County Courthouse. Newly obtained audio recordings from a police interrogation allege Judge Kevin Mullins engaged in sextortion acts inside the same chambers where he was killed. The recordings are from a 2022 criminal investigation into Letcher County Deputy Ben Fields, who was convicted and sent to prison earlier this year for the rape and sodomy of a female inmate. The woman heard on the recordings is victim Sabrina Atkins, who has been publicly vocal about her claims against the convicted deputy, using his position of power to pressure her and other women to have sex in exchange for favorable treatment. But she says Judge Mullins was involved as well.
Stick around and find
He
out,
does have some
boy.
videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers.
What kind of stuff?
Just with girls sexual and stuff.
What describe? Have you seen the videos?
I've seen one partly, just them having sex with girls to for they're able to get out of jail.
Who was having sex?
Ben and just some higher ups up there.
Who?
The judge and.
You saw the video.
Yeah.
What did you see on the video? I mean,
Now I do have some questions. Who was cleaning down the judge's chambers after all this? And where was all this happening at? Was it the floor, the table, where was all this? Did they have a bed somewhere in the corner that extended from the wall? Who was sanitizing these quarters? I'm curious.
I've seen Judge Mullins have sex with a girl.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. Because I don't know a lot of people from
Where was it at?
in his office, in the judge's chambers.
Is that the same place that you were meeting Ben? Is that how you know it was the judge's chambers? And this was Judge who?
Mullins.
Now, Atkins' attorney has gone on record saying, quote, "It's like they were running a brothel out of that courtroom." And Atkins, along with another woman, filed a civil rights lawsuit against the deputy. Sheriff Steins was also named in the lawsuit, and he was deposed in the ongoing suit days before shooting Mullins back in September.
He was named in the lawsuit. This was his best buddy. How does this happen, sir? Seriously.
But further in those recordings, Atkins can be heard saying Sheriff Steins was involved in the sexual scandal as well.
But you saw the video.
Don't go to the unjust seeking justice. That's what the Bible means.
Of the judge. Any other video that you actually saw?
We sure don't get justice from the unjust. Look at this mess.
No. They say that the Sheriff Mickey Steins is involved. I don't know.
Who said that?
Chad, he said he had videos with Mickey. Mickey used to do the same thing when he was over house arrest.
Now, of course, Ted and Julia, these are extremely heinous allegations against Sheriff Steins and the late Judge Mullins. And as of now, we do know Steins has pleaded not guilty to murder regarding that shooting.
Cody, this is shocking information to come out. We have heard about the litigation that was going on, but now to hear this victim make these allegations, it's interesting. What else are we hearing from alleged victims? Is it anyone other than this particular woman?
Well, Julia, Ned Pillersdorf, the attorney representing Sabrina Atkins, heard on those recordings. He joined Court TV last night talking about a time when he went in front of Judge Mullins for their civil rights suit and asked Mullins to recuse himself due to those sexual acts occurring in his chambers. Here's what he said happened.
I briefly appeared in front of Judge Mullins, and I said, with all due respect, Judge, I think you need to recuse from this court hearing because we have filed a lawsuit in which we've alleged that the dastardly sex acts occurred in your chambers. At that point, it was about a 1-minute hearing, And if you read the transcript, it doesn't sound that bad, but Judge Mullins protested and pointedly assured me he could be fair and impartial and he didn't need to recuse. And of course, I had an ethical obligation to my client. I said, I think you should recuse. And Judge Mullins did recuse. We had a 1-minute hearing. As a result of that, and this is just me, I felt so uncomfortable that day with what he said. I have declined to ever go back to his court again. I've been offered to represent other people in Judge Mullins' court, and I just said after that experience, I didn't want to do it.
Ted and Julia, aside from the civil rights lawsuit, Sheriff Steins could face the death penalty in Kentucky if convicted of that murder charge.
That is
I love Vinny's face because it kind of sums up everyone's reaction to the details of this.
the details. Exactly.
It's crazy what was allegedly.
It was already a crazy incident, and that has
Yeah, so what she said, she alleged that the tapes featured Fields and some higher ups, which we heard her say that. And Atkins said in a federal lawsuit that she could not afford to pay for the ankle monitor and did not want to return to Letcher County Jail. Fields, then, the guy that is arrested for this, like I said, he worked directly under them. His name is Ben Fields. He then coerced her into performing sexual favors so she could remain under home incarceration, according to the federal lawsuit in 2022. And thank you, Street. I see that you typed that. So Atkins' attorney, hold on, they were running a brothel. Like I said, a hoe house. Okay? Let's call it what it is.
just shocked so many people.
And what else they had? Was it a trap house too? You know what I'm saying? They got all kind of evidence and stuff that they can take from it, and allegedly, it's just a lot. It just blows me away that these people are worse than the criminals that they lock up, but they are the judge, jury, and executioners that we supposed to believe in. This is crazy. This is the world we live in. Then we got the insurance companies exposed. It's all coming together, ain't it? Corruption. Everywhere. Where it shouldn't be.
People, but it seems to continue to add those layers. Cody Thomas, thank you so much for your reporting on this. We're going to bring back in our analyst.
We can't get justice. This is why we can't get justice. Because these are the people that we looking to give it to us. And this is what they doing. So Steins, the sheriff who this guy Ben Fields worked under, he's been accused of pumping 8 bullets into his close friend after entering the judge's chambers at Letcher County Circuit Court in Kentucky for a private word, then shutting and locking the door. No motives has been given. Just hours before it happened, they shared an outside table at a popular street side grill and bar on Main Street for lunch. Only a few hundred yards from the courthouse. So the pair were having lunchtime regulars together at the sports bar. And on that fateful Thursday, ordered their usual, both having their $13.99 wings with a salad. So he had a full belly, going to prison and going to hell, allegedly. Steins, jail or hell. Listen, it's either jail or hell when you do stuff like this. Steins, a beloved father of 2, who was reportedly planning to retire when his term ended, was Judge Mullins' bailiff before he became the sheriff in 2018. So he'd been working with this man directly for years. After Steins' arraignment, the defense attorney, Jeremy, pointed to the disposition that Steins gave in a lawsuit the days before the firing, the unaliving, as an important factor in the case. Steins could face the death penalty if he's convicted of murder. Mullins was appointed to serve as a judge in the state's 47th district former government Steve Brashear in 2009. He oversaw juvenile matters, city and county ordinances, misdemeanors, traffic offenses, arraignments, felony probable cause hearings, claims involving 2,500 or less, civil cases involving 5,000 or less, voluntary and involuntary mental commitments and domestic violence cases, according to the website. Dear Kentucky, take this L. God dang. Let's keep going.
Who is joining us now, criminal defense attorney Alan Kagawa. Alan, what should happen in Letcher County, do you think, right now? I mean, we're talking about multiple layers, many people who were being accused, and now it's almost as if this killing of the judge is putting an additional light on what may have been happening inside of that system.
Yeah, absolutely. I think first off, I think there needs to be a big investigation just into this. Significant concern here is if there was potentially some sort of ring or something like this going on, there's a concern that, you may need to get an outside authorities to prosecute this case and to take a look at this. It's just an absolute embarrassment to the legal system.
Yeah, and I can't imagine if you live in this county and this is coming out, you have a sheriff killing a judge at his chambers, and then these claims that this whole thing was all about these guys having sex with these women, using their power. Say, hey, you want to get out on bail? Well, guess what? You have to do this. It is horrendous. And the public there cannot have a lot of confidence in the system.
Yep, I think what set him off is the fact that allegedly he was having problems at home. And his daughter wasn't talking to him. He was put out the house that day before, allegedly.
Turning our attention now to the state of Kentucky.
I can't remember where I heard that from, but it was something that I heard. Hold on, let's see. Maybe they'll tell us more here.
New developments in the fatal shooting of a Kentucky.
So the other part to that is that he grabbed his phone and called his daughter. She didn't answer. She grabbed the judge's phone and called, and she did answer. And then that's when it all went bad. But they were saying that him and the wife was into it or whatever. But he was out the house because of all of this controversy going on with this guy, this deputy. And of course, he was mentioned too, as to. I remember in the beginning, they said that he was mentioning a lawsuit as saying the women were saying that he didn't do enough to discipline the guy. It's like he just didn't do nothing. But if his higher up this is the kind of stuff they allow, he could have just unalived the judge simply for getting him involved in this kind of stuff, or simply because he didn't do nothing about it. And he was, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It'll be interesting to find out, though. The full truth.
Judge are what's trending this morning in true crime, as recordings could tie the slain judge to a sex for favor scandal. Audio recordings were obtained by News Nation from a criminal investigation into a Letcher County deputy sheriff in an unrelated case. Sabrina Atkins is alleged to be a victim in that case, and she's the woman who's heard speaking to investigators while claiming that Judge Kevin Mullins was one part of a scheme to exchange sex for special treatment.
Disgusting.
He does have some videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers.
What kind of stuff?
Just with girls' sexual and stuff.
What describe? Have you seen the videos?
I've seen one partly, just him having sex with girls for the bill to get out of jail.
Who's having sex?
Ben and just some higher ups up there.
Who?
The judge and.
You saw the video?
Yeah.
What did you see on the video?
I've seen Judge Mullins having sex with a girl.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. Because I don't know a lot of people from her.
Where was it at?
He's off in the judge's chambers.
Is that the same place that you were meeting Ben? Is that how you know it was the judge's chambers? And this was Judge who?
Mullins.
Now, the motive and the circumstances behind Mullins' death remain unclear this morning, but we're asking, how could the sex for favors accusation affect the sheriff's trial? Let's bring in our power panel. Still with me, prosecuting attorney Anton Bell, retired criminal defense attorney Kirk Nurmi, and want to welcome in private investigator, a retired Army Special Forces member, former NYPD officer Manuel Gomez. Manuel, would like to begin with you. Please, would you start off our conversation? Your thoughts on how these accusations could potentially affect the sheriff's upcoming trial?
Well, I think that these accusations are going to destroy his case, because the fact is that it actually gives a motive for him to shoot the judge. It's clear to me that the sheriff was acting in cohorts with the judge to facilitate this sex for bail and the sex for to be let out of jail or to not wear an ankle bracelet. And this case is so disturbing because it just shows how weak the judicial system is. Where do people like this woman who was a victim go to report the crime when you have a sheriff's department and the judge's department corrupt?
Exactly, but somebody listened to her. But not really, because that was in 2022. They only bringing it up now because he got shot. Like, they just bringing it all together. Well, he was unalived, I should say. And the way that he did it was vicious too. Like they showed.
And this is why this case screams why we need an independent agency. We should not have no judicial branch governing itself. You can't check yourself.
And then they said this guy just said, be fair. Yeah, because he know they not. That's why he said it. He know they ain't fair to all the people that they locked up unjust. I feel like, man, everything that came through their court need to be rechecked. And that's a lot of people. Probably sitting up there doing life sentences for nothing. Something they did and trying to cover themselves. Who knows? I'm just saying, if you corrupt here, I can't trust you nowhere else. If you doing this to these people, what are you doing to the others? Come on now.
Monitor yourself, investigate yourself, judge yourself, and punish yourself. We need an independent agency, and this case screams why we have to have one.
Exactly.
I hear you, Manuel. Anton Bell.
They investigate themselves in most cases, and who gonna get in trouble? That's what's going on with the Javion McGee case. Everybody is putting everything together, allegedly. Okay, because none of it seems right. Right? This is the kind of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Allegedly. Not allegedly, because we looking at it, but it's still got to be proven, right?
Let me go to you.
This kind of stuff shouldn't even be said. The judge's chambers. I think this is the first I've heard of this kind of corruption. Disgusting. Who didn't know? Was it after hours or was other people in the office?
Next, please. Something that seems to be tricky about this, and this is like the kind of the big pink.
Is the judge's chambers underground with the rest of the other disgusting stuff that allegedly happens?
Elephant in the room, so to speak, with this one is that the sheriff's minor daughter has been mentioned as being some component to this. Investigators, prosecutors have not pinpointed exactly what role she plays in this big overall story, but we do know that we heard.
Now, when this story first broke, they were showing a video of him and his daughter, and that song "I Shot the Sheriff" was playing, and they like, wait a minute, was he trying to tell us something? Then it looked like it from the way that he was looking in that video.
Some things at the preliminary hearing about her contact information being in the judge's phone, the sheriff taking the judge's phone, being able to contact his daughter. We know that the attorneys have come right out and said, we're not denying this shooting. Yes, he shot him, but that this was a heat of passion crime, that this was his friend. Something came up. As a prosecutor, if you have a minor who may, and I'm saying may because we don't know if the sheriff's daughter is a victim in any way. We don't know. We don't have confirmation. If you do have a minor victim who is part of a story like this and a case like this, what things do you have to do as a prosecutor to safeguard that person's identity and also protect your prosecution and the integrity of it, Anton?
So whenever we are dealing with minors, and I have
prosecuted many cases involving minors. Whenever we deal with a minor as a victim or a witness, we typically will use initials in any pleading, such as a motion or an indictment or even a warrant. We will make sure we will use some level of anonymity to make sure that we protect them. In addition to that, even if they are to testify, depending on their age in Virginia, we can actually have them do a two-way camera system where they will testify outside the presence of the jury and outside the presence of the defendant, so that it would reduce the intimidating factor or reduce the fear factor involved. However, in this particular case, it appears that there may have been some relationship between that judge and his daughter, which would explain why they're saying it was heat of passion, because they were supposed to be friends. They frequently ate lunch together. In fact, one article mentioned even the type of food that they would eat. So, and this sheriff used to be the judge's bailiff. So they had a long-term relationship, and it seemed like it was a personal relationship. So for him to shoot his friend, clearly something very intimate and very personal to him occurred. He found out some information, and clearly he retaliated based on that information, and he's probably not sharing because it is very close and dear to his heart.
Anton, thank you for that analysis. That's exactly, I think, where everybody's minds are going with these new allegations from this woman. You have to wonder, who is the girl? We don't know. Could it be the minor daughter whose name has come up? Again, we don't know, but of course that is a valid question in this whole legal case. Kirk Nurmi, let me go to you, please. With this new component, when you hear that audio recording from that woman, she very clearly states a girl, says she sees the sheriff having sex with a girl, doesn't say a woman. She talks about female defendants and cases, and then says, I don't know who this girl was. Tell me, do you think in any way this could help the sheriff's case?
You know, it's possible. It depends on how the prosecutor looks at this, because really we think about this case and you think about, oh, this idea of manslaughter, this heat of passion, but it was also very calculated kind of execution, right? It might have been motivated by passion. And here we have a police officer who is enforcing justice on his own, right? His sense of justice, which is kind of very antithetical to what our justice system stands for. So the prosecutor could look at it that way, or he could be empathetic to the sheriff. But really, when you're representing someone like the sheriff, you're going to want to collect all that information and really draw that correlation. So you hope the jury maybe will see things a different way here. But really, this sheriff's actions, even if it was his daughter, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm looking at this, he robbed his daughter of the chance to have the cathartic effect of testifying in court, which we just talked about, as well as having him in her life. So, you know, this is, to me, as I'm the prosecutor, I'm looking at this as kind of as a horrible crime, as an execution, and I'm punishing the sheriff to the fullest extent of the law.
I really appreciate that, Kirk. Anton Bell, I want to end the segment.
Really what we're looking at is a man who moved from job to job, and he had a duty of care, which he violated by not following.
He is the Letcher County Circuit Court clerk, and he has known both Judge Mullins and Sheriff Steins for years and considered both men a friend. This is such an incredibly tragic story and so confusing. Mike, thank you for joining me tonight, and I am so sorry for your loss and what your community is going through right now. Can you walk us through the day and the hours leading up to this shooting about what these two men did?
I have no information at all about what occurred or why it occurred. I know our county is devastated. We've lost 2 county officials, personal friends of mine.
Now, he started this out saying that he didn't have any information at all, but then he ends up giving some information. Let's keep listening.
For years,
Knew them both.
I've worked with both men closely throughout their careers.
He just don't want to tell
Was there
it.
any animosity? Was there any acrimony? Was there anything that you knew about that did not seem right about the relationship between these two men?
None at all. None that I knew of. I didn't know of anything that.
So, Mike, I just detailed that there had been this deposition that the sheriff had sat for about this terrible crime that one of the sheriff's deputies had pleaded guilty to, and that potentially the judge had some information. Does any of this comport with your knowledge of maybe some consternation between the sheriff and the judge because this lawsuit was ongoing?
Not that I know of. No. I know both.
So the
both
sheriff
men.
didn't. Go ahead.
I know both men personally. They didn't. Either one told me anything that they had a problem with the other, that anything was going on. Both of them has been good for our county and community. The whole county is just devastated over it. Both men have been active in the community.
Is the whole county, including you, completely confounded by how or why this happened?
Of course, yes.
Nobody has a clue.
No one has a clue that I know of. We're just, we're all like everyone else. We're just, would like to
The
know
local
that.
paper, I'm sorry, we got some crosstalk because of a delay, but I need to ask you, the local paper said that there's video in the judge's office, perhaps even in chambers, because the local paper says the video shows what happened. And I just laid out that both men looked at their phones right before the shooting, and that the sheriff came around Judge Mullins' desk and opened fire 8 times. Is that accurate? Do you know of the video showing this?
I know of the video. I've not seen the video. I'm not sure what it showed.
Have you discussed the video and the contents of the video with anybody else, court employees, witnesses, anyone else who can corroborate that, yes, indeed, that is what happened?
That's my understanding.
So just to be clear, it is your understanding that that is exactly what played out. What the local paper is reporting is shown on a video. You're telling me tonight that that series of events, in your understanding, did play out like that?
Some of it did, I think. I think, from my understanding, Judge Mullins handed the sheriff his phone. The sheriff looked at both phones. He had 2 phones one phone in each hand. He reviewed the phones. He laid the judge's phone back down and then stood up.
See? They had been seated prior to that when this phone exchange happened?
Yes.
And was there an audible argument? Was there yelling? There was some reporting yesterday that they had been arguing. Is that what happened, or was it all quiet?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that. I do not know. The Kentucky State Police is investigating the crime. We all were looking for answers. I've not only lost a county judge, our district judge, but our county sheriff and 2 personal friends.
Was the door to chambers open to the staffers in the anteroom?
No.
Did those staffers who were in the outside room, outside of chambers, did they report hearing anything prior to the shots?
No argument. No.
And what about just conversation? Was there a normal conversation in normal tones prior to the shots?
They couldn't hear. The sheriff walked in and asked whoever was in the chambers that he needed to speak with the judge in private, and the doors were closed.
And they couldn't hear any other conversation after that, even that there was conversation?
No, the next thing they heard is gunshots, I think, and they didn't realize if they were from the outside or if someone had came in or what. They evacuated the building. And then I was informed.
What does the video
I'm not
what
sure.
does the
I've
video
not seen
show
the
next after the sheriff allegedly fired 8 shots, killing Judge Mullins? What does the video show him doing right after that?
Again, I have not seen the video.
What have you been told it shows?
That he picked up the phone again, the judge's phone, and looked at it and laid it back down and walked out.
So after the shots were fired, he did not render assistance. He did not check the judge. He picked up the judge's phone off the desk again, looked at it, and then walked out of the office?
From my understanding, again, I've not seen the video.
This man don't want to talk.
What did he say to the people outside the office the moment he came out?
There's no one there, I don't think.
And so where did he walk to after he left chambers?
They all ran.
He exited the courthouse.
He didn't come into contact with anyone in the courthouse until he came
Man,
outside
if you
on the
don't
front
just
steps?
talk without her
He
asking
came out the
questions.
side entrance, turned and walked back in the front entrance.
See?
When he walked back in the front
He
entrance,
went
what happened
unnoticed.
after that? What was he doing going back into the courthouse?
The first responders were responding. Of course, they probably thought he was there too. assist them until he walked.
Now remember, he said he didn't know a damn thing. He know the whole story. He just don't want to tell it. It's so devastating that their friend did this. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much did they know? And then he's like, there was nobody there. Yeah, they all ran after hearing it. He does this, go out one door and come back in another one. Like, what? He went unnoticed. They ain't even know. He could have came in there and took them all out.
Back in the courthouse, back into the courtroom, is my understanding, and laid his revolver or his pistol down on one of the tables.
He surrendered.
At the very front of the courthouse, he laid his, is that his service revolver you're saying, or his service pistol?
In the courtroom. He walked back in the courtroom. From my understanding, again, I didn't see the video, so I'm not, it was just my understanding that he walked back in the courtroom and took his pistol out and laid it on one of the attorney tables.
And then surrendered to the responders who were in that courtroom?
That's my understanding.
And can you just tell me again, was it his service pistol or was it his personal weapon?
I do not know.
Was he in uniform?
He was not.
See, now
was he on duty?
This is the part that they were saying that, yeah, he came, he wasn't in uniform, he was a little disheveled because he wasn't at home and all of this stuff was going on. But I mean, that don't make sense to me. If they went out to eat and went to lunch together, why would you even go through all of that if this was going to be the end result? But then again, what happened that fast? So let's keep going.
He was on duty 24 hours, 7 days a week. These are both honorable men.
Not really.
Both are honorable. They were elected by the good citizens of Letcher County.
Mm-hmm.
They both served admirably in their positions they held. Sheriff Steins fought the drug epidemic with everything he had in him. He worked 24 hours, 7 days a week. Judge Mullins was a very strong component of
y'all see how much that man worked for that other man. That's why he allegedly may have felt betrayed by whatever was going on that he didn't approve of. Yeah. And now his life is crumbling. Dang, all that, I could not be around the clock for nobody but myself.
Incarcerating individuals. After years being on the bench, he realized that it wasn't working, and he was working along with Sheriff Steins to get people in treatment and giving them a second chance.
So, Mike, I'm glad you said that, because one of my big questions has
been
get
people in treatment and give them a second chance. So they totally took advantage of these people. That was what they were supposed to be doing for these people. But instead, all they could think about was their personal needs in the judge's chambers attached to the courthouse.
A different viewpoint on incarcerating people with drug offenses and favored instead rehabilitation. Was that a point of contention between the sheriff and the judge, or did they work together in concert on that theory?
They worked together, hand in hand. Sheriff Steins would take them to treatment. He would offer people to come into his office and voluntarily go and not be arrested.
Wait a minute now. Hold on, what did he just say? Did we not catch this in the beginning? This is crazy. They worked hand in hand with these same people that's now telling on them. So, yeah, what happened again, sir?
Chance.
So, Mike, I'm glad you said that, because one of my big questions has been, because the judge had a different viewpoint on incarcerating people with drug offenses and favored instead rehabilitation, was that a point of contention between the sheriff and the judge, or did they work together in concert on that theory?
They worked together, hand in hand. Sheriff Steins would take them to treatment. He would.
Well, hell, how much hand in hand were they? A little bit too much hand in hand, more than we thought. Wow.
He would offer people to come into his office, and
they was more than just hand in hand. Something else was in something too.
And voluntarily go and not be arrested to treatment.
Do you suspect then? That any?
So voluntarily go to treatment to not be arrested, or we can go in the judge's chambers. This is the option they didn't know about. And we could just make all this stuff disappear, or just let you go ahead and do your time at home. You know what I'm saying? And just visit the chambers every now and again. Do something a little strange for a piece of change. Not even a piece of change, for your freedom. Disgusting.
Any consternation that may have led to this shooting then is likely from the other issue. And that was what the federal lawsuit was about, and the criminal case with the other bailiff and sheriff's deputy. Is that what you suspect this is then about?
I have no idea. I don't.
What other kind of rings they got their hands on? You know, what other kind of rings they got around the city? If they doing this, they can't even work without doing this. What are they doing after work? You know what I'm saying? You doing all this at work? I'm afraid to even know what they do after work hours. Makes you wonder, right?
I want to speculate. There's two families that's lost loved ones. Our county is devastated by this loss. We're a strong mountain community. We've been through a lot. We had a July 2022 flood that devastated the county. Both men delivered supplies to flood victims. I have no idea what happened.
I wonder what the flood victims have to do for them later. You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't free. Like, what did the flood victims have to do for that help from the old good judge and all these people? Like, let's continue.
Mike Watts, I reiterate my condolences to you having lost your friend, and then I am so sorry that you're going through this additional trauma of dealing with whatever it was that may have driven the sheriff to do this. I know it's alleged right now, but
listen, this is absolutely, y'all see what's going on right before our eyes. What y'all think about this exposure?
My goodness, these facts are troubling. Mr. Watts, thank you. I'm going to call on you again. I do appreciate this tonight.
See, justice comes in different forms, different ways that you never could imagine. I don't know. Can we look at this as some form of justice? The fact that they're being exposed. You called it. What did you say? Shout out to Brian in the building. Take them. They look like pure freaks. And apparently they are. From what we've listened to, what we hear their colleagues speak about. Like, what? They thought they were honorable. Exactly. This is why you don't praise not one man, because you don't know what that man doing in his chambers. Man, a little booty duty, huh? Deputy booty duty. This is sick. It is. It really is. But very interesting. All wrong have to be changed, and justice has to be established everywhere in the world. Stay with peace and truth. Perfect believers will be winners. Nobody is out of justice. Welcome in, MH. Thank you for your words. I appreciate it. Please smack that thumbs up if y'all have not gotten a chance to. Right. All we could do is look and enjoy the show. Like, I mean, because, hey, it comes in different ways, shapes, and forms. I said the judge and the sheriff have a relationship. You know what? Hey, that's what it sounds like, right? Because I said that too in the beginning. If you go to one of my videos, the first video I did on this, I was like, wait a minute. Was him and the judge, they had something going on? Wait, was it his wife? What are you doing? So I actually that did cross my mind. You are not too far-fetched, especially the way that guy explained their relationship. They did everything together. You know, I mean, they was buddies. That man was his deputy. He was the one, and he was his bailiff, and then he became the sheriff. So I don't know how many years he worked for the guy, but this is just, it's interesting. I want to hear more. And it'll be more interesting. It will be a trip to find out if he really, like they just pointed out that she said a girl. She seen a girl in the video. She didn't say woman. And she said the judge was with a girl. What exactly? Who took this recording? You see what I'm saying? And then, is it cameras in the judge's chambers? You would think that it is. I guess they got control of that or not. But yeah, this is what goes down. The people that are above the law break the law more than the criminals that they lock away. Pretty wild. And that's why I said heat of passion. Yeah, definitely definitely was a heat of passion crime. Y'all seen that? I didn't play it right now, but let me see. I did see it when I was just looking through. As a matter of fact, I could do this right quick. Hold on. Because I didn't play it here. But it definitely was a heat of passion the way that he did that. What, 8 times? That's a lot, right? And then we're going to go on to the next one. I wanted to talk about, as a matter of fact, Chris Brown, he had a concert, and when I tell you he could still pack out a concert, and I really like Chris Brown. He can dance. I like his music and all that, despite whatever is being said about the people, the celebrities or whatever. So I'm gonna play that right quick.
So much. This might mean the world to me. I ain't been out here in a long time. I've been working for like 2.5 hours, man. I'm waking up. I appreciate it. I've been waiting my whole life.
Shout out to Chris Brown. So I just happened to run across that, and they were talking about how he packed out this concert, and of course I can't find none of the information I had as to where he was at. But I'll look it up before we go. Wait, here it is right here. Yes, hold on. Let me tell y'all in a minute. So it says Chris Brown is the first R&B singer with 20 years into the career to ever fill the FNB Stadium. So this was actually trending on X. And that is what made me see it. I'm like, oh my God, you owe us nothing. What a great show. And there was some awesome pics and stuff too that they showed. I mean, it was jam-packed and it looked like they had a good time. That was some of the pictures that I was showing up here. Boy, they look like little ants jammed in that spot. Oh, where my music go? Hold on. We got to get this together. I'll let Chris Brown dance for y'all right quick. Where he at? Shout out to you. Let's go. Okay, so here's some of the pictures. And I thought that was pretty cool with everything going on right now. That is where he was just at. No South African is going to pass this post without leaving a like for Chris Brown. South Africa, y'all put through for Chris Brown, and it's beautiful. Like, wow, that is so pretty. When I say he packed that place, he did. Now that picture is similar to what I'm looking at. Somebody said last night was amazing. Chris Brown performed. It was safe. All different ages and races came out. They played Ricky, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Ricky, aka Brenda Fossey and Sister Bethina. He flew around the stadium. What more could we have asked for? What an amazing experience, which in that video that I just showed, he was definitely flying around out there. We already know that he can dance his butt off. And I just wanted to share that with y'all. They was kicking it. It's good to see that somebody somewhere is still having fun. But we got to get back down to this crime business. That's what we do over here. So I just wanted to pull up some more videos. But what do y'all think about what you just heard? Do anybody want to call in while I get this stuff together? Let me know. I'm not looking at the chat though. Let me pull up a banner with the phone number. So good morning and grand rising to everybody in the building. Thank y'all so much for being here. Please smack that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you have not. And drop down if you're in the bushes and let us know how you feeling today. So one of the things I was laughing about, because I'm like, I talked about the fact that I felt like that reward. We're going to move on to Luigi. So I was talking about the reward, and I was saying that I don't believe that they going to get it, and they making it so hard and all of that. So I had brought up a case that I seen a while back where these people had literally called the police and got this guy. I think he was being held, like, until the police got there. They was able to arrest the guy and all of this, and Crime Stopper refused to pay them the reward. And so I was thinking, like, the people at McDonald's, they not gonna get that reward, but I did read somewhere that I'm gonna just get into all that, but I'm gonna start here with what I was talking about as far as the Crime Stopper. So if you happen to spot a criminal and you want the reward, which you should want it if they offering one, right? You dang sure better call the right number. You cannot call 911 if you want Crime Stopper to pay you. And so what I found out is that Crime Stopper put up the 10,000. Crime Stopper put up the 10,000, and the other 50 was put up by the FBI. So it's all kind of hoops and loops you got to jump through to get the reward for FBI. So I'm not sure who's going to get it and what's going to come out of that. But this is the couple. So it says Dallas couple misses out on reward despite turning in the fugitive. These are the exact people that I was talking about. So give me a few minutes. And there's more cases like this too. There's not just this one. Shoot, an Oklahoma woman, she didn't get there. Let's just look at a couple of them because I'm proving a point. No Crime Stopper award. Yep. Anonymous. Yep. I don't make this up. Good luck, Crime Stoppers should honor reward for couple. Yes, they should, but they don't. They be like, nah, you ain't about to get this. You called 911 and not us. So the safety of the people is, because honestly, it's an emergency. If you see somebody wanted, it's a fugitive here. Why would you think to call any other number but that? They don't stress it though. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, they should have made that crystal clear to everybody. But they don't. It's in the fine print somewhere that people ain't looking at. That is why people mind their own business. You know, they be like, hey, I ain't see nothing. Because of stuff like this. Hold on. So I did find it. Now, I forgot what all. It's something. I know with the FBI reward, they said something like, you can't nominate yourself and something. I don't know. But. And then it go before a board of people or something. And, you know, it ain't just, oh, you caught in this tip. Let's get you this money. Nah, it ain't that. Heck no. Y'all thought that? Hell to the no. They ain't playing. Okay, let's get to the video. Please smack that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you have not. And here's the couple I'm talking about. Oh, hold on, y'all. That's crazy. This is one that you definitely wanted caught. Come on now. Let me uncover this so y'all can see it. As soon as I get it all the way together, give me a second. Let me move this. Yeah, we'll keep it that way. Matter of fact, let's take it back. It's all about money. Money is definitely more important than people, allegedly. I don't even have it up here. Okay, here we go.
Dallas. Help police arrested man accused of kidnapping and assaulting a little girl, but they weren't eligible for a reward from Crime Stoppers.
Then some local business owners stepped in. Here's Sydney Persing from our sister station in Dallas.
This is jail video of Leonard Neal, accused of kidnapping and sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl, but cops couldn't find him. Posted his picture, prayed someone would recognize him, then call them. Brianna and Kenyatta Jordan told me that is exactly what they did.
I know that if there was him, he needed to get off the streets.
The couple said they saw Neal's face online on billboards on the news, recognized it earlier this month when they saw him get on a DART bus, called 911, followed the bus until officers caught up and pulled him off. The Jordan said they did not know there was a reward for information leading to Neal's arrest. When friends told them, the parents of 6, pinching pennies before the school year, got excited.
Every dime I get
So they did it.
Go towards my babies.
They did it not even knowing that it was a reward. But when they found out, they like, hey, we want that. And they probably already had the money spent in their head and everything. Soon as they found out about that money. Hold on, let me make it normal.
But the Jordans told me Crime Stoppers told them they wouldn't get a dime because instead of leaving a tip with the Crime Stoppers hotline, they called 911.
You hear that? I don't make this up, y'all. I don't make this up. They was like, what? Oh, nah, you didn't call us, man. You called 911. And listen, the Crime Stopper number is another police number. I imagine that 911 and Crime Stopper is probably in the same damn room. I don't know though, but that's how I imagine it. Crime Stopper is the police, like, right?
If I knew about,
Who else allegedly stopping crime except for law enforcement?
calling the Crime Stoppers, I still would have called 911 first.
I think my first reaction would have been called 911 as well.
A couple small business owners, as it turns out, heard the Jordans' story, thought they did the right thing. So they called each other to come up with a plan to help.
So Brad called Chip, Brad and Chip.
Now I do want to look at the people that help them, put the money together to help pay them. This is the kind of stuff we have to do, y'all. This is the kind of stuff we have to do to help us. Step in. I'm just saying.
Called Cameron, Cameron called Scott, and then Scott called Steve. Is that how it went?
Pretty much how
Somewhere
around there.
Beautiful
The folks
thing.
you see talking to
See, it is some good folks out here. You know what I'm saying? That's a good thing that they did. They did not have to do that. I like people like this. I love it. Now let's see what they did. How did they help?
me own Riddell Plumbing, Complete Fire Protection, and CC Carpet. Nonprofit Texas First Responders are on the call too. Together, they sent a $5,000 check to the Jordans and asked me to play them a message.
You guys are the heroes.
I want to thank y'all personally.
And it's my honor too to contribute. It's something that they should be rewarded for. We want to help and make it right.
The Jordans did what they thought was the right thing to do.
Tell me that ain't so cool, man. Wow, I mean, I'm so happy. If they wouldn't have stepped in, they wouldn't have got a dime. And I feel like that this is wrong to me, though. That's why more people need to talk about this. Matter of fact, I mean, if you the type that you pay attention to stuff like this, just put Crime Stopper number, just plastered in your car, put it in your wallet, and when you see stuff, just call Crime Stopper. You know what I'm saying? Like, and follow the bus like they did. They followed the bus until the police got there, and they gave them nothing.
It's the right thing to do. Just never expected the way these 6 strangers would too.
They had no obligation whatsoever.
I appreciate that.
Let me see what y'all saying about these good folk giving that money to them. Glad to hear the happy ending for the people. Yes, and so I'm going to see if there's any more happy endings to these other stories about Crime Stopper. We going to see. Was he convicted? Now, that's a good thing. Was he convicted? Anything else is an unsubstantiated claim. Police are here to generate revenue for the state. Now, I don't know if he was convicted. I'm assuming that he was, though. I think he did, because a lot of times, well, I don't know if that was their stipulation for the Crime Stopper thing. But I know with the FBI, with the Luigi case, I think they said something like that. The person that will be able to get this reward, it got to go through conviction, go through the whole thing, you know? And so I don't know the only stipulation I know for a fact that Crime Stopper has is that you got to call them and not 911. And that's the one that most people do not have a clue about. So I'm going to let the other one play too.
That was Sydney Persing reporting. We wanted to check with our local Crime Stoppers to see how this would play out in our area. Houston Crime Stoppers, which covers all of Harris County.
Take a picture, take a screenshot.
It tells us each Crime Stopper group has its own rules to be eligible.
Each Crime Stopper group has their own rules. Wow.
To get a reward in.
You better read the fine print.
Our area, the tip must go through Crime Stoppers, not the police.
Or just like they did, they didn't even know about it. You know, they just being good people and getting a criminal off the street, a dangerous person.
Not the police. You can submit a tip by calling them at 713-222-8477 using their mobile app or the Crime Stoppers website. They say the goal is for people to give anonymous tips and to remain anonymous, and that won't happen if you call the police to report. Crime Stoppers says there are exceptions, and in some situations, they will reward those who gave tips through 911.
Well, I don't know those cases. They need to talk about it.
A Dallas couple who called 911 to report a kidnapping suspect was told they are not eligible for a Crime Stoppers reward. He was wanted for kidnapping and raping a 7-year-old girl. Their 911 call led to his arrest. Fox 4's Lori Brown has been working to get answers, and she's live in Dallas. Lori.
Corey's having people spot a wanted fugitive and then call 911 to report him seems like one of the very reasons the Crime Stoppers reward program exists.
I mean, a lot of people probably not paying attention. I've never looked up to see, and maybe they should report that. How many people were called in and the police, spotted like that, and the police came out and got them? I don't know that number at all. Would be interesting to know. But a lot of times when they solve stuff is because somebody told, somebody called, somebody tipped them off. And in the Luigi case, it was his mother. Remember, I kept saying, how the heck did his mother not call? How the heck did nobody in his family not call and say, hey, this look like my son? Like, how did that not happen? So I ran across an article that actually said that they had talked to his mother the day before. Now, this same article was talking about the reward. So, and how they might not be eligible for it. But that still don't have nothing to do with him being found at McDonald's, allegedly. And about that McDonald's pic, I was looking at that, right? Let me see if I still got it in here. Because notice when he was at McDonald's, he was sitting there. Here it is. So, okay, let me get this straight. So he's sitting in McDonald's, the police ride up on him. He got his mask on. That's what they said. He had his mask on, right? At what point, who took these pictures? Who took these pictures? Because at what point did they say, take down your mask and pose with this hash brown? You see what I'm saying? Like, if this was when the police first walked up on him, make these pictures make sense. It looked like he's posing for a picture. And this one with the hash brown. Mask on, hash brown up. These are the pictures that they showed us first. So who took them? The police is what I'm thinking. This is the kind of stuff that make it look staged. Look at his face on this one. All of these pictures. And one of the things I was looking at, I'm like, how did his facial hair, if we are to believe it's him and the nose look totally different, the person looked totally different to me. How did his hair grow that quick? He got more facial hair on his face. But anyway, none of it still don't make 100% sense to me. I'm just saying. But let's continue this Crime Stopper mess.
But it turns out if you call 911 instead of the tip line, you don't qualify for that reward.
We both looked at each other and we both said, isn't that guy?
The Jordans were coming home from lunch July 7th when they noticed a face they recognized from the news and a Crime Stoppers billboard, 41-year-old Leonard Neal.
He had on the same outfit as one of the pictures that was circulating on social media.
With 6 children of their own, the Jordans had taken a good look at the man accused of abducting a 9-year-old boy and 7-year-old girl. Police say he released the boy, but the girl was missing for 12 hours. Police say he sexually assaulted her.
That could have very easily been our oldest 2 kids.
The Jordans did not just call police. Once Neal got on the bus, they knew they needed to follow it. After getting disconnected from 911, a Dallas police officer called Kenyatta Jordan.
And once we make that right on Pope, he said, oh, that's y'all in that minivan. I'm like, yes, sir. He said, okay, well, we pulling up right behind you so y'all can get out the way now.
Before police arrested Neal, he cut his throat. Police later released this mugshot.
I felt confident that it was him, but I just wasn't 100%. But then I let the window down, And I heard him on there screaming. I said, that's him, baby. That's him.
Later, the Jordans learned about the Crime Stoppers reward that had been offered for Neil, a most wanted fugitive. But when they asked about it, they were told they were not eligible because they called 911 instead of the Crime Stoppers number.
Does it seem like a bait?
Wait a minute. Did you see that? They said he cut his neck. Wait a minute. And I just seen. Hold on. Look at that, man. Look at his neck, y'all. Under the words. Oh my God. Dang. What the hell? So, okay, he cut his neck. He's still in damn jail with a cut neck now.
We pulling up right behind you so y'all can get out.
He didn't go deep enough.
Wait now.
Before police arrested Neil, he cut his throat. Police later released this mugshot.
Look at this fool. It don't look like they did nothing to it either. Look like it's oozing of disgust. Wow.
I felt confident that it was him, but I just wasn't 100%. But then I let the window down, and I heard him on there screaming. I said, that's him, baby. That's him.
Later, the Jordans learned about the Crime Stoppers reward that had been offered for Neil, a most wanted fugitive. But when they asked about it, they were told they were not eligible because they called 911 instead of the Crime Stoppers number.
Does it seem like a bait and switch?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. We dialed 911 instead of the Crime Stoppers phone number. We're not able to get the reward.
As police work to build trust with the community, the Jordans say this feels like a breach of that trust.
It feels like we were misled.
On DPD's website, it urged anyone with information to call crime.
What did this say? Okay, it's in red. Crime Stopper will pay $5,000 for information called into Crime Stopper that leads to the arrest and indictment for the felony offense and other felony offenses. For the felony offense and other felony offenses must lead to the arrest and indictment for the felony offense and other felony. That okay. Call Crime Stopper. Got the number there, or submit a tip online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Why not add, you are not eligible if you call 911? Why not be clear? And then look, later on in the document, it say anyone with information on his location to call 911. Is that what they just blew up in front of us? Like, this is misleading. It's misleading.
We're misled.
On DPD's website,
it's misleading. Look, they got it on there.
Urged anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers or 911. Crime Stoppers is operated by the North Texas Crime Commission, a cooperative partnership.
And which one you gonna pick, man? Which one are we programmed to call? This is bull. They misleading folks. They setting them up. You can call either one, but they didn't add. You can call 911, but you ain't gonna get the reward. They didn't add that part. They just let you know that you can. See, you got to pay attention to all the words that they say. Lucid, what are you talking about, sir, ma'am? Y'all needed that 5K. Stop snitching. Well, good thing they got it. Crime Stopper is a bait, a lie. They never pay. They do pay, I guess, eventually. I don't know. I'm gonna have to Google to see whoever got paid out.
Dallas Police Chief Eddie Garcia told us in a statement, while DPD does not have input on the criteria that must be met for a Crime Stoppers reward, when a unique set of circumstances arises, we certainly can open up conversations that will help improve services.
How about open up your wallet and get these people they $5,000 that y'all promised whoever could do this? Like, what? So while DPD does not have an input on the criteria that must be met from Crime Stopper reward, when a unique set of circumstances arrive, we certainly can open conversations that will help improve the services, prevent crime, or help to solve investigations. We want to investigate why y'all ain't paying up. That's crazy. That ain't right.
Prevent crime or help solve investigations in our city.
They was like, psych.
Jordans are hopeful that will happen in their case.
They should be held to their word.
I just got off the phone with a Crime Stoppers board member. He said that the rewards are only paid to people who call the tip line based on Texas law. The Jordans.
So it is a Texas law, and they ain't tipped nobody on the documents that they showed. That ain't cool, man. That ain't right. That's false advertising. Something ain't right about that. There's a lot not right about that.
Believe they tried to search for that tip line number instead of just calling 911. Leonard Neal might still be on the run.
Of course.
We're going to be asking Texas lawmakers if it's time for the statute to change.
Obviously not. Here's another one. Obama woman.
An Omaha woman asked for Six on Your Side to investigate why she never got paid the Crime Stoppers reward for her information. Officials confirm her video put a suspect behind bars for murder.
Bella Caracta is on your side to explain why she wasn't eligible for the $25,000 and what you can do in the future to help solve crimes and get paid. But first, we want to warn you, some of the video may be disturbing.
When Caitlin Olferts realized she caught a murder across the street on camera, money was the last thing on her mind. It was
to go out there and help.
Once realizing the evidence she had to help find the murderer of 43-year-old Juan Carlos Tobar Abarca, she immediately ran down to share it with Omaha police.
You don't want to ever just withhold that information. That's something that's crucial.
The suspect is seen pulling out at the top left of your screen. The victim is standing in front of the car before being run over.
Dang.
We're not showing you the victim actually being hit.
It just breaks my heart. I wish I could have done something.
Wow.
After hitting him once, the video then shows the suspect going back, accelerating in reverse over him, then hitting the victim again and taking off.
This kid would have never gotten caught if it wasn't for us.
Investigators told Olferts that her video helped in the swift arrest of a 17-year-old who is now charged with first-degree murder as an adult. She then asked Crime Stoppers about the $25,000 reward they were offering. They said
that I was not eligible because I did not call it into Crime Stoppers. I gave my information straight to the police.
Do y'all hear this? Now, they ain't prejudiced on who they deny this here money to. Their goofy asses always... Man, listen here. Look at her face. Man, what? Crime Stopper is dead wrong. Grand Rising FBA. Oh my goodness. Dude, for real. I mean, this is a major, all of it is important. They doing the police job. They doing God's work, allegedly. And this is the things. And $25,000. Not a penny. Oh my God. I wonder if anybody came together for her and did the 25.
More specifically, she didn't do it anonymously.
The bylaws of Omaha Crime Stoppers say that we only pay tips to those tipsters that stay anonymous.
Oh my God. So that's the big thing, right? If you call 911, you expose who you are. They only want to pay people who tells it secretly. And look how serious his face is. Nowhere on that document does it say that, sir. Like, what? But that's the thing. That's the fine print. See, this is why people mind their own business and don't say a damn thing. Sucks when their system doesn't work for them. Listen, let's continue. Let's see what else happens.
That's our program.
That's his program. You got to be anonymous. So, I mean, shoot. I thought it was just you needed to call the number, but I didn't know the main stipulation is that you must be anonymous. And me personally, I like anonymous money. I wouldn't want people to know who I am. But I would not, like in this woman's case, y'all. She's seen this. But wait a minute though, because she's seen it happen. So at what point did they have a reward before it happened? Or I'm guessing she recorded it. Was it on the news first? At what point did the reward get offered if she took the video and ran it straight down to the police? But anyway, it must not have happened that way. Maybe this person was on the run for a while, but the video helped capture them. I don't know, but it don't make sense to me if she was right there on the scene recording it, and then unless it was her cameras and she later looked at her cameras and seen it. Maybe that's what it was, to see if she caught anything. Okay. Has to be something like
anonymous
that.
Tipster.
See, at first I was picturing her recording it with a cell phone, but it could have been her other cameras. But let's continue. See, I ain't trying to investigate the case. We just talking about the Crime Stopper part.
News asked Mark Langan with Omaha Crime Stoppers if they consider changing their method
Hell
to reward
no. That's
successful
how they
tips.
gonna keep making. That's how they gonna keep being rich, by telling you. That's how they gonna keep getting crime solved and never pay a dime. So why would they change it? They getting a twofer.
Regardless of anonymity. He says if they change it in any way, they'll stop getting calls because in his experience, tipsters want the assurance that no one will know they talk to police.
Don't say you're going to do something, give a $25,000 reward and not follow through with it.
Since 6 News reached out to Omaha police and Crime Stoppers about Olfert's situation, you can see a small change in the language of their press releases.
Let's see. The small print. Where's the smaller print at? Let's let them read it. Well, I'll see this update. Okay, the 17-year-old male has been arrested in a homicide investigation. He has been arrested and booked for first degree. Update. The victim in the homicide investigation has been identified as Juan Carlos Tobar. Our goodness, all them names. The investigation is ongoing. Ohio police are currently investigating a homicide at y'all see the address on Thursday. Okay, yeah, okay. A male in his 40s. Okay.
The release for Tobar Abarca's homicide in August said tips leading to the
tips leading to the arrest of the homicide suspects are eligible for okay, what?
Arrest of a homicide suspect are eligible for a $25,000 reward. Omaha Police's latest homicide press release says anonymous tips are eligible for a $25,000 reward.
Dude, that is, man, do y'all see this mess? So they put the word anonymous. Oh, see, we told you. Now they didn't know that anonymous versus not anonymous determines if you get paid or not. Nowhere on there does it explain it. See, this is what I'm saying. When I be reading stuff, I be like, okay, like trying to read what they really mean, because I be seeing a lot of trick of the words now. And you be thinking it mean one thing, but it means something totally different. They didn't put this one word in that changed everything, and you had no idea. That's some bull. Now let's hear that crap again. Y'all better pay attention or mind your business. That's all I can tell you. This is why.
Releases. The release for Tobar Abarca's homicide in August said tips leading to the arrest of a homicide.
So, see, we was misleading them. See, we got to put anonymous in front of tips. That will solve all the confusion. But I mean, it does now for everybody that they didn't pay, that was minus the word anonymous, should get paid right now. They just admitted they messed up, right? Damn, can these people get paid?
suspect are eligible for a $25,000 reward.
They wrong.
Omaha Police's latest homicide press release says
Y'all wrong,
anonymous tips are eligible for a $25,000 reward.
Am I the only one that think this is wrong? Let me see what y'all saying. This is a bunch of garbage.
A single
garbage. A single word. Garbage. A single freaking word. Yeah, they change the rules as they go. Change the rules and laws to accommodate them. They only do that because they say money. They know people will help when they don't get the money. It's always something. Man, most people don't even notice. And just think about all the flyers that you've seen that has Crime Stopper on it. Now you know how important it is to call that number, regardless. But it's just crazy because if you sitting up there following the criminal, you're thinking, it just never comes up in nobody's thought pattern. And unless they do this for a living, they own here reporting crime, and they just happen to run across it and like, oh, okay, like in their duties. Like, what normal person is looking up this stuff? Regular person that don't report crime. How would you run across this ever? You just happen to see something on the news. You seen a 30-second, heck, might have been a 10-20-second clip from the news. They just flashed it. If you see this person, call 911 or Crime Stopper. Which one you gonna call? Because that's the other joke. Call 911 or Crime Stopper. Their document literally tells you to call 911. That's gonna stop you from getting that money. That's wrong. Anyway, let's keep going.
Word, the difference between $25,000 and nothing.
$25,000 could start the rest of our lives.
For Caitlin Olferts,
$5,000 could.
Anonymous tips are eligible for a $25,000 reward. A single word, the difference between $25,000 and nothing.
$25,000 could start the rest of our lives.
For Caitlin Olferts,
I would definitely go through Crime Stoppers now.
And do it anonymously. On your side, in Omaha, Bella Caracta, 6 News.
Now they muted her. I wonder if she would just mind her business now.
Data obtained in this 6 News investigation shows Omaha Crime Stoppers have paid $103,000 so far this year in rewards.
See, they ain't paid a damn thing. That is not enough money. That is not enough money. That's it. They've been saving money all this time. I wonder how much do they get rewarded for not paying out the reward? It gotta be some type of reward. Like, whoever created the flyer or something, maybe they get something. Somebody is getting something somewhere. And it ain't the person that helped get this is what I believe, allegedly. Allegedly, somebody is getting some type of reward for the reward of not paying out. Or for not paying out the reward. Anyway, this is just wrong, people. This is false advertisement. This is why no one trusts the police and the government agencies. You're correct. One of the reasons. The man here in Evansville is suing Crime Stopper. This was a huge case here. This happened in 2021. He's still waiting. Wow. I believe it. I believe it. Please smack that thumbs up if y'all have not. And so now this brings me to Luigi and the whole thing with the reward going on with him. And so we spoke about this. If they would be getting paid out. And in the beginning, it was a lot of different things being said, but I have since ran across the article. So we're going to get into Luigi. And this is going to be the last topic of the day. I mean, of this live stream. I might come back later. depending on what I got going on. But so one of the things I was saying too is that his mother is the one that reported the guy. Also, I wanted to talk about the similarities between him and a Unabomber. We might not get to that part, but I still want to talk about it. Just we've been here for 3 hours already. So let me remove this number. No one called in. That is okay. We're gonna take it down. And matter of fact, let me see what I got here next. Here we go.
All right, let's turn now to the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and we now know the suspect had been distancing himself from his family and friends. Luigi Mangione's mother reported him missing 2 weeks before that brazen early morning shooting. She apparently had not been able to reach her son, and she called police in San Francisco, where he had been living. That is key, because it turns out that a San Francisco police officer tipped off the FBI 4 days before the 26-year-old's arrest in Pennsylvania after seeing the pictures released by the NYPD. Now, this all comes as the CEO of United Health
Now,
Group.
they said somebody tipped him off 4 days before of who he was. Is that what they just said?
For the 26-year-old's arrest in Pennsylvania after seeing the pictures released by missing 2 weeks before that brazen early morning shooting. She apparently had not been able to reach her son, and she was distancing himself from his family and friends. Luigi Mangione's mother reported him missing 2 weeks before that brazen early morning shooting.
Now, about her reporting him missing, I remember hearing that she actually hadn't talked to him since July. So I wonder what made her finally go ahead and report him missing 2 weeks before this happened. If he was missing since July, that's a long time. July? So what, 3 months before? And it wasn't urgent until 2 weeks before this happened? Let's continue.
She apparently had not been able to reach her son, and she called police in San Francisco, where he had been living. That is key, because it turns out that a San Francisco police officer tipped off the FBI.
So she identified her son when she did call them.
4 days before the 26-year-old's arrest in Pennsylvania after seeing the pictures released by the NYPD. Now, this all comes as the CEO of United Health Group, the parent company of United Health Care, writes an op-ed saying they're off the FBI 4 days before where he had been living. That is key, because it turns out that a San Francisco police officer tipped off the FBI 4 days before.
So did he tip him off based off of her reporting him missing alone? And he had pictures of him and recalled that? Or did the mother call back?
The 26-year-old's arrest in Pennsylvania.
It'll be interesting to get the details of that. I did run across an article. Let me see.
After seeing the pictures released by the NYPD. Now, this all comes as the CEO of United Health Group, the parent company of United Health Care, writes an op-ed saying their healthcare system is flawed and needs to be fixed. So let's get out to News Nation's Laura Ingle following all of these developments live in New York. Laura, what more do we know about this tip from San Francisco?
Hey, Nicole. Well, we've certainly been making calls, and it's been over a week since United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was assassinated on the streets of New York City. And now we've learned that this manhunt that we've all been following included a tip, a really big tip from San Francisco police days before Luigi Mangione was found. And according to the San Francisco Chronicle, an officer in the Special Victims Unit of the San Francisco Police Department recognized Mangione on December 5th from those same photos that we've all seen, right? Now, this is just 1 day after the crime was committed, and 4 days. Days before, police in Altoona, Pennsylvania, located Mangione in a McDonald's eating a hash brown.
And at what point did they tell him to pose with that hash brown? Take your mask down and eat your hash brown so we could take a picture. That picture makes no sense to me. Who took this dang on picture? Now I know good and well I seen something else here. But okay, we're going to keep this playing.
News Nation has reached out to the San Francisco Police Department for comment on these reports. Right now, it's unclear where exactly Mangione was on December 5th. The timeline of his whereabouts between allegedly riding that e-bike through Central Park, getting on a bus near the George Washington Bridge, then stopping at that McDonald's is still unclear. It's something that we're also digging into.
So this is something that I've seen. It says, in a statement, December 13th, a spokesman from the FBI's New York field said the office received a tip from the San Francisco police about the unaliving suspect, possible identity. The FBI New York conducted a routine investigative activity and referred this and other leads to the New York City Police Department as part of the assistance to them in this investigation, the spokesman said. So CBS News New York learned that after receiving the tip, the NYPD reached out to Luigi's mother on December 8th. Luigi was caught December 9th, so they had just talked to his mother the day before, one day before his arrest, and that she told the investigators the surveillance images of the suspect could be her son. So his mother identified him, but I'm guessing that whoever she reported him missing to recognized something too and contacted her after she reported him missing 2 weeks ago. So his mother's actions is what helped get him identified, is what I'm reading.
And authorities had said that Mangione was not on law enforcement's radar prior to his arrest, but this report offers new insight. Also, prior to Mangione's arrest, New York City Mayor Eric Adams insinuated that police were closing in on the suspect. So we're working on this timeline, while prosecutors in Manhattan have also reportedly started presenting evidence to a grand jury in the case. We've reached out to the Manhattan DA's office for confirmation on that, but because grand jury proceedings are secret, they cannot confirm at this hour, Nicole.
All right, so the grand jury proceedings are secret. We know, though.
So before the December 4th shooting, Mangione's mom filed a missing persons report for her son with the San Francisco Police Department. San Francisco was the last place that he was living. A person close to the investigation told CBS. The mother filed a report November 18th and told police she last spoke with him in July.
Mangione now has some court dates. What details are you learning so far about his schedule?
Yeah, as we've been following him, Mangione has been held in this Western Pennsylvania prison since Monday, since that McDonald's customer recognized him and got a cashier to call the police. So he was charged with forgery and possession of an instrument of a crime.
And then that's shady too, because the McDonald's worker was listening at some customers talk about it. And they were saying that a customer went up to her and then she was the one that called the police. But then there was a guy that was on the news saying that he went back up there and was like, was I here when that guy was here? Because they was talking about it. They were joking about it, but they didn't call. Somebody, the worker called. So, yeah, it'll just be interesting. But they didn't call, so... But the worker is not anonymous because she called 911. So we already know that they can't be getting it. Not that Crime Stopper, but maybe eligible for the FBI one. But we're going to see what this article say in a minute. I'm curious.
Crime. Now he's facing extradition to New York, where he faces a second-degree murder charge, among others. And in a somewhat rare move, Mangione has contested his extradition back to New York. In doing so, he's basically delaying the inevitable. Prosecutors will have to provide evidence that Mangione is in fact the person charged with murder in New York. His lawyer, Thomas Dickey, has claimed to News Nation that he hasn't seen sufficient evidence to link Mangione to the crime. So the New York governor, Kathy Hochul, is disagreeing at this point, calling evidence against Mangione very compelling, and she has 30 days to sign off on his extradition. In the meantime, he has a few other hearings on the calendar in Pennsylvania, and we're tracking that. On December 23rd, he has a preliminary hearing regarding those charges he faces in Pennsylvania. Then on December 30th, he'll be back in court to seek bail. And again, his attorney is expected to present evidence arguing against that extradition request. Nicole.
All right, Laura Ingle in New York, thank you. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen.
McDonald's is talking. Is something happening in Japan McDonald's? So I just happened to see that a lot of people was looking, talking about McDonald's. So I looked, and so it says McDonald's new international meal collapsed, leaving fans begging for it. Like it's like they're hitting the news now. President-elect Donald Trump mocks former New Jersey Governor Christie about the AI generated, and then something about McDonald's. Wait a minute, what they saying? This is coming from the New York Post 12 hours ago. Oh, AI generated McDonald's drones. So President Trump, he ridiculed the former Jersey Governor Chris by sharing a meme suggesting his Republican critics' appetite is behind the sudden spike in the drones. Oh, wow. So he got jokes. Where the heck did he get this picture from? Wow. Interesting. Okay. Now let me get back to what I was saying. I can get distracted real quick. But yeah. So let's find out what they talking about here. McDonald's franchise owners closes 2 California locations due to the minimum wage hike. But what really caught my attention was this 15-year-old. So yeah, McDonald's name is ringing right now. Let me see. So a 15-year-old female junior high school has passed away after she and a boy were jabbed Saturday at a McDonald's restaurant somewhere in southwest Japan, according to the locals. The assailant, a man around 40 years old, about 170 centimeters tall, is on the run after the incident. The injured boy, who is the same grade as the same school as the girl, and they were jabbed by the complete stranger. Boy, McDonald's, what is y'all got going on? This is where all the criminals like to hang out, huh? McD's. Now, okay, this is the one that I wanted to read. Now, this one, Luigi, in the case, why the McDonald's employee who reported him might not get the reward, right? And then I see another article that says something else, but they might get it. But I think the rewards these are two separate rewards. So we got to remember that. They definitely ain't getting Crime Stopper if they didn't call Crime Stopper. We just seen what they said. So it says the McDonald, let's see. This article is coming from E! News, and it's from December 11th. And it says a McDonald's employee who relayed Luigi's location would not be loving this outcome. After the 26-year-old was reported and promptly arrested while visiting a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, December 9th, the fate of the cumulative $60,000 reward to find the person who did this to Brian Thompson, offered by the New York Police Department and the FBI, remains undistributed per the FBI. That's because, he got to go through court and all that for theirs. They got a lot of stuff going on with theirs. So, FBI reward on justice regulations. But let me read this. Mangione, according to the online courts filed, is currently in custody and has been charged with, he has been charged with 1 count of murder, 2 counts of second-degree criminal weapon possession, 1 count of second-degree criminal possession of a forged document, and 1 count of third-degree criminal weapons possession. However, the FBI reward program has several stipulations before a reward can be paid out, including a successful conviction of a criminal. So they got to wait a long time for this. We know how long it takes for trials to happen. It could be years. So, although charged, the University of Pennsylvania alumni has not been convicted, nor has he submitted a plea. His lawyer, Thomas Dickey, told America's This Morning, Dickey not been made aware of any evidence that linked him to the weapon. Okay, well, we passed that now. But let's see some of the stipulations of this reward or regulations. Hold on, man. Now they done took me to a whole FBI website. All I want to know, reward regulations. I don't even like being on their website. We about to get off of this website. Yeah. Who wants to be on the FBI website? It says submit a tip. Hold on. Program overview. So annoying. Yeah, I don't know what their stipulations are, but there is a lot of them. So, if a conviction is one of them, then you can count on that happening 5 years from now, and that ain't even guaranteed then. But Crime Stopper is out of the question. So, but there is an updated article, so let me read that one. So that one that I just read was from 3 days ago from E! Online. And that was, I'm going to read CBS. This is from 2 days ago. So the very next day, this one reads, McDonald's tipster and CEO's unaliving is eligible for the $60,000 reward, but it will take time. And they talking about the conviction. It takes time. So more than 400 tips were called into the New York Police Department Crime Stopper tip line during the 5-day search for the masked gunman. So NYPD officials said that 30 of those tips were useful as information about the gunman's movements before and after. So, but it wasn't until the 911 call came, exactly. So that's the only tip that led to his arrest. It wasn't until that call came in from the Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's and Monday that the police zeroed in on the suspect. So the FBI and the Crime Stopper program have offered up to $60,000 to anyone with tips leading back to the break in the case. So police and prosecutors moved quickly and arrested him. Okay, we want to talk about the money. McDonald tipsters gets a financial reward for assisting in the case. Additionally, the employee might not take home the full $60,000. See, what, they gonna split it? What? How many people called McDonald's? I mean, how many people called from McDonald's? You know what I'm saying? That, I don't know. Anyway, they might not get the full $60,000 after paying taxes on the reward. Okay, well, we know taxes, and if other tipsters played a role in leading the cops to Mangione, man, they could get $5 after they get done splitting it between the 400 people that called in some tips. I don't think it's fair, though. I think the main tip, well, I guess none of the tips matter, y'all, except for McDonald's. Regardless of if they was on this tail, before that McDonald's tip came in, y'all, they were still searching in New York in the water. They were still diving in the lake. You know what I'm saying? They had no idea. They thought this man, they didn't even know that he had got on a subway. They thought he got on a bus. He doubled back after he dropped that. I read that too. They said after he dropped that book bag off in Central Park, he went back downtown. Right from where he was at. He went back down there, and they was looking for him to be getting on the Greyhound and all that. No, he tricked them completely. They had no idea that this man wasn't in New York. Well, they thought he might have left, but they didn't know where he went. They didn't know what bus he got on. That's what they was talking about. It was when the McDonald's tip came in that captured him. So all that other stuff don't even matter. It really don't. Whoever said who he was don't matter. It's the person that found them at McDonald's. But anyway, that's just how I feel about it. What y'all think? Let me know. But anyway, additionally, the employee might not take home the full $60,000 after paying taxes on a reward, and if the tipsters played a role in the leading the cops to Luigi. They would also be eligible for a monetary reward, which could be drawn from the same dang pot. Exactly who will get the reward or share of it if it's still being determined. Officials said, in fact, the federal and local reward programs operate under different rules. Both, however, have leeway built in and offers multiple rewards for varying amounts based on the tip's outcome. How does someone become eligible? So the FBI reward program, which offers a reward up to $50,000 in this case, requires that a tip or information lead to the arrest and conviction. So the only tip that led to his arrest was the person from McDonald's. Now, conviction, okay, he got to be convicted. So only McDonald's person got that, in my opinion. So phone calls and emails to the FBI press office seeking details of specific reward program process were not returned. But websites for various rewards offered by the agency outline similar processes. A person given a tip must be nominated. See, they have to nominate. See, now come on, man. They got to nominate the person. I remember they saying a person given a tip must be nominated. They cannot nominate themselves. Usually, so they got to be nominated by a federal investigating agency. Then the board considers the tip and its role in the investigation and determines whether the award, whether to award up to the full amount or not. That is not right. So they can be prejudiced in this. They can pick and choose in this. They can do whatever they want in this. That is too much leeway, too much rope, enough to hang the person that called, because it sounds like they gonna be the one getting cut off. NYPD Crime Stopper usually offers up to $3,500 for information that leads to an arrest and indictment. In this case, NYPD detectives increased the amount to $10,000. That and for its portion, a conviction is required. So either way, this person gonna be waiting for their portion. So that's it's different people gave through this reward. So 3,005 anyway. So the public's help is essential to solving crimes. This is a crime. If they don't pay them people their money, this is a crime. If they don't pay these snitches for their snitching. A key yet missing point is the discussion around the issue. Yeah, people need to be talking about this. People need to get the details of this. If you are this type of person, like it's some people that's just not, they wouldn't tell if you paid them, right? They don't want to see nothing. They don't want to hear nothing. They don't want to know nothing, right? But if you are the type of person that is out here being a vigilante and being vigilant and paying attention to what's happening around you, you better figure out, you better send them this video. I'm just saying, like, y'all, they playing with these people money and it's legal, you know? So it's crazy. So some people might make it their business because like that chick we was looking at who didn't get the 25,000 and she was very instrumental. It was so wrong. She might make it her business to go out there and catch criminals that Crime Stopper is looking for just so she can get the reward. She know what to do now. It's a lot of somebody could start a channel, Crime Stopper Money. That's what somebody should do. Start a channel and just start, looking for all this stuff and picking up these rewards. You know what I'm saying? Somebody should just purposely do that. I wouldn't do that. But it is a good idea though, right? Just how they have those there's channels that I really like where they go out here and they catch those pervs, right? They go out, they call them catchers, pedo catchers or whatever. They go out there and they catch those bad guys, and then there's other channels that keep up with the police and they dirty duties. You see what I'm saying? So this could be another great channel idea for someone. But I just think it's dead wrong that these people are being fooled and tricked into believing that they're gonna get some money behind old Luigi, and they like, oh hell no, you called the wrong number, and sorry, but you ain't no longer anonymous if you call through 911. Everybody know who you are, and being anonymous is the main part of it. So sorry, but thanks. We got old Luigi now, thanks to you. But you ain't getting a dime. So let's see. So Pennsylvania, who called in a tip, is eligible for the reward. So the public help is essential to solving crimes and keeping our community safe. It don't work like the lottery. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow, I just hit the lottery. I'm about to go cash in these bucks. So the individual in Pennsylvania who called in the tip is eligible for the reward. Eligible. It's like being eligible is like putting your name in a bowl with a million other names and you just get picked or not. You know what I'm saying? I want to know that I'm getting it. I don't want to know that I'm eligible. If I called, man, that's crazy. So the McDonald's employee called 911, which records a phone number and usually a name. Tipsters who called the Crime Stopper number remains anonymous. So the program promised to never trace cell phone numbers or record information about the caller, instead giving them a unique identifiable number that they can use to check back about the status of the case and the potential for a reward. So the NYPD police chief police chief of detectives, Joseph Kenny, will access which tip or tips were instrumental in cracking the case when determining how his mama or the detective that took the missing person report back 2 weeks prior to this happening. Those would be the instrumental ones if they didn't know who he was before. His mother. So, as a matter of fact, the Unabomber, remember I said I kind of wanted to talk about the similarities. We ain't gonna get to all of it, but his brother, in the Unabomber's case, his own brother turned him in. They would have never knew who the Unabomber was if it wasn't for his brother but no, I'll take that back. He would have got away with what he was doing. For 6 years, he laid low. After they found out he was spotted by somebody. Somebody spotted him from a mail room, sitting one of those bombs down in between cars, and they got a sketch of him, the sketch that everybody is seeing. And so that was the first time. He's laid low for 6 years, and then he popped back up after Tim McVeigh did that. I think it was it the Oklahoma bombing, and that's when he popped back out, wanting his recognition and all this. And his brother told on him after they released. He typed out a dang on manifesto or something and sent it to him, telling him this and that. He wanted some news station to publish it for him. And they did, and they caught this idiot through his writings. And he was also an Ivy League student, very smart. And he was attacking technology. So I said I was gonna wait, but I guess I might as well talk about it. He was attacking technology. He wasn't cool with the way that the technology was moving, with the AI, and believing that eventually they'll take over and all of this. And look at what we looking at right now. So this comes back 3 folds, or however many folds, right? Because we started out talking about the drones. That is the most modern technology that we got, because none of us know what it is, right? And that is modern. This is what he didn't want to happen. This is what he was trying to prevent. That was his fight. And then we got Luigi, who was in New York, where they've been sighted at. The drones were being sighted at in New York first. That's what we heard about it. Then we heard they went from New York to Pennsylvania, where he was caught at. Listen, man. Come on, man. And then also it's like this number 286 that it was a picture. I had that of his Twitter page on his banner. He got when I first heard about this and I heard that he put that money in the park, I was like, this is a game. You know what I'm saying? It's like he playing with them. He's confusing them. He's sending them on wild goose chases. This Unabomber guy did the same type of things. He's misleading them and all this. And so I said, this remind me of Pokemon, right? I had no idea that banner that I had been showing is a Pokemon, because I don't play games. I'm not a kid. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that was a Pokemon. And they said that Pokemon is number 286. So number 286 is being shown in a lot of places concerning him. So it's still some mysterious stuff with this case. And it's going to be maybe more people will put this together. I don't consider myself a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but I don't believe in dang on coincidence either. And so, for this number 286 to keep popping up, the what did I call them? The little God dang it. The little troll things that I was just talking about. That's on Luigi's page. 286. Initially we heard that it was a 286 document that he had somewhere. He got 286 posts on his Twitter page. I mean, let me go to it. 286. It's something with that number, y'all. So boy, there's so many people following him now. $453K people are following him. When I first found this page, I think it was at 40 some K. So people continue. I don't follow the people. You know, like when I'm looking for information on somebody that was on a live, then I find their page. I don't follow them. I just go to the page. I ain't follow his page. But anyway, y'all, it's just a lot of mysterious things going on. After I looked and learned about, the Unibot, I didn't know nothing about the guy. That shocked me because he lived off the grid. He cut everybody off, just like Luigi did. Luigi, if we are to believe that his mother hadn't talked to him since July, his friends hadn't talked to him since July. Nobody had heard from him. He did the same thing as this guy. Ivy League, very smart. But, this guy, Ted Zazinski or something is his name. He targeted universities and airports, which is where the name bomber comes. UNA, that's where it comes from. Universities and aircrafts. Interesting. It's a lot of dots to connect. And then the other connection is that McDonald's and Monopoly. Back in the day, they would have Monopoly games on McDonald's products. And also McDonald's was, Monopoly was created in Pennsylvania. So ended up in Pennsylvania. That's connection to the Clues. That's the connection to the Clues game. To the Clues game on. Okay. Chris Dorner didn't get this much love, and he actually had firsthand experience with the system he chose. Oh, I remember hearing about him. Like, was that the military guy? Yes, introvert rock star. Yes, when I first talked about this, that's what I said. I was like, I watched Introvert Rock Star, and he actually made, that's exactly who I'm referring to, Debbie, when I talk about the origination of Monopoly. The Monopoly game is so very interesting. Chris Dorner. Yes, Navy and LAPD. Yes, I do know about that. Maybe I'll talk about that. Are y'all hip to Chris? Matter of fact, let me, I'm not going to do it now, but I want to remember. I remember talking about that, but I don't remember everything. It would mean something different to me now to watch that. Yeah, they got whole documentaries out here. Wow. Hold on, this was 11.
Video that's come out just overnight.
This was 11 years ago, y'all.
says democracy now, democracy now.
Yeah, we gonna talk about that. It ain't today though, but thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, because I don't know exactly what his gripe was at this moment, but yeah, I'm sure it was valid. Hell, all the stuff we Pokemon, yes, that's what I was trying to remember. Pokemon. We yeah, very interesting. I'm learning a lot here, y'all. You know, this stuff we should all be concerned. Like, but at this point, what is his connection with all of this? With the drones and everything, is starting to feel like it's a connection because of all of what the drones being in New York, then going to Pennsylvania. And then we know that he's playing games. Like, what's really going on, man? I mean, I know I don't know. Maybe the drones has no connection, but maybe it's just a wild coincidence, which I don't believe in. But why is all of this stuff happening right now? I mean, it's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of aggression going on right now, right before the inauguration and all that. And all of these criminals being let out. Oh, that was the other thing I was supposed to talk about, the other commuting people. We're going to talk about that later because I am like way too long at this point. We are 4 hours almost in. But do y'all think that's something that y'all want to talk about? Chris Dorner, he was a black man that was in the Navy, and he said LAPD. So he was in the Navy, and he has some gripes. At this time, believe yourself is all connected. You think so? Follow my first mind. Okay. You right, Debbie. Follow my first mind. I felt so uneasy last night, y'all. Okay. I felt so uneasy last night. I haven't felt like this since 2020. Before they stormed, you know what? I am gonna bring that up. I said I was gonna talk about that, right? The other people that's been their sentences are being well, they're actually being pardoned. Trump said as soon as he get in there, and I want to talk about that right quick. What is it? The Capitol. Because before that happened, I was feeling uneasy, right? I felt like something was going to happen. And then this stuff happened. And I thought some other stuff was going to happen behind this. I was like, what's really like this? I had never seen this kind of activity in my lifetime. And he talking about pardoning them. That's wild. Like, I don't know. What?
Understanding of how federal agencies may be addressing the mysterious drones. Let's bring in former FBI special agent and News Nation law enforcement contributor Jennifer Coffindaffer. Jennifer, good morning. Welcome back.
Okay, let me put this back up.
So it feels like officials on one hand are downplaying what's happening. Hey, it's nothing to worry about. It's not a foreign entity. On the other hand, they seem to be legitimizing concerns. We don't know what this is. What do you make of what's going on and what we, the public, are being told?
Well, and I based this on
Playing with us,
one of my
playing
last
in our
assignments
face.
was a supervisor at the Weapons of Mass Destruction in the nuclear proliferation arena. And I can tell you that back in headquarters, when things are classified secret, top secret, and sometimes need to know, typically with those classifications, you can't talk about it. So if this is any sort of drone exercise or something that's going on, they can't talk about it to anybody except for those with a need to know.
So can we talk about that a little more? We know the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, was given a classified briefing on the sighting separate from the meeting that Caitlin just mentioned. What information could he be getting in this classified setting that we're not privy to?
He could be told exactly what is going on. Is the government running some sort of drone operation to test their drones to see, what they do? I mean, we're in the middle of, really needing to understand drone warfare and what our drones can do. I truly believe this is something that's classified, and we're not going to find out unless it's declassified.
We're not going to find out. That might send people into more panic. So with the latest rise in these drone sightings, I mean, it's been seen by thousands. They've been seen by thousands. The FAA posted this video on Saturday. Let's show it to our viewers.
There's a lot of talk about reported drone sightings, and I'm sure you're wondering if they're allowed to fly where you are seeing and watching the news coverage about them. Here are the facts. Generally, it's okay to fly them in most areas as long as you stay below.
Mm.
Of the largest prosecution in Justice Department history. Trump didn't mention the January 6 rioters during his victory speech early Wednesday, but some of the defendants who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, are celebrating Donald Trump's presidential victory and hoping he makes good on his campaign trail promise to pardon them.
If you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated very harshly.
Trump has cast the January 6 defendants as victims of a politically motivated justice system, and his win over Vice President Kamala Harris throws into doubt the future of the largest prosecution in Justice Department history. Trump didn't mention the January 6 rioters during his victory speech early Wednesday, but some of the defendants celebrated on social media that Trump could now follow through on his campaign rhetoric. More than 1,500 people have been charged with federal crimes in the riot. Nearly 1,000 of them have pleaded guilty to.
What part of this reads that they should be let out immediately? They were treated harshly. What?
Charges including misdemeanor offenses, seditious conspiracy, and assaulting police officers.
Y'all hear this? Y'all see this? I was uneasy before this happened, but I felt like something was gonna happen. And all of this weird stuff happening now, it just don't make me feel no comfortable with the inauguration coming up and the release of all of these criminals is what I'm looking at. You know, they said something about it was some 3 informants that was, it was 3 FBI informants that is from the Patriots is what I heard, which is, y'all already know. I mean, I don't know what's different between them and any other gang. I would love to know. You know, triple Kers is what it looked like to me. But this is what we talking about, man. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's a lot of moving parts. A lot of people, Biden commuting 1,600 people out of their sentences, people that got life sentences and stuff that then stole and broke the law. They feel like they should be out. They've done enough time. This is a joke. Like, this is crazy. Like, you could be, if your dad is a president, you can be pardoned. Biden's son, who obviously broke the law. I don't know his case either. But I'm just saying, where's the justice for the people that are in there unjustly, that didn't do anything? This is just crazy to me, man. The way that this stuff operates out here. We got to pay attention. This is wild. Unjust. Do not go to the unjust seeking justice.
More than 650 people have been sentenced to prison time, ranging
crazy,
from
man.
a few days to.
This is what they want. Rage. War. This is what they want.
22 years. That long sentence
allegedly Now, they said 3 informants was supposed to be out there. They don't know where the other people came from. I was listening at something. I don't know if I could pull that up now, but let's just listen. This is wild. We
went to
learning.
Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, who was convicted of orchestrating a violent plot to keep Trump in power. Hundreds of people who went into the
Dude, these are thugs. These are the people that was out when the NFAC came out. These are the people that was harassing folks that was talking anything about the NFAC. Proud Boys, Patriots, and all of this stuff. These are the people that's sending letters across the country to join. These are hate groups, allegedly. Correct me if I'm wrong. These are the same people that walk Columbus streets calling Engers and all this. Right? These are not good people. But we got a president saying that they are. Houston, we got a goddamn problem. This is not good.
the Capitol, but did not attack police or damage the building that day, were charged only with misdemeanors.
And then finding out that, you know, they getting away from birthrights. They gonna send everybody home. We talking about deportation. We talking about companies not having to hire diversity anymore. They can hire whoever they want. They don't have to have a certain amount of people working. Do what you want. This is just Then we got drones flying around and people you know, celebrating the unaliving of a CEO and more to come. People is calling for that. Putting posters around New York with different CEOs' pictures on it. This woman right here found herself in jail being a fan of Luigi. Woman caught threatening the healthcare firms by using the CEO's words with the denied, deploy, whatever his words were. I can never think of them. Deny, defend, deny, defend, deploy. Is that what it is? Yeah. Copycats. This is what this is gonna brew. We got a president talking about shoot down the drones. Man, I don't see nothing good coming from this kind of stuff, y'all. Absolutely nothing. So I'm concerned. And you should be too. Because what do he play in all of this that's happening that seem to be connecting? Make it make sense. It don't. I'm just saying. It ain't never good for us. And I don't see it getting no better. I'm concerned. A lot of copycats. He was a copycat himself. In a way. He actually allegedly said that he was going to use a bomb and change his mind. This is what I heard. So where do we go from here? Like, this seemed like a bad movie. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of crazy people in charge. Meanwhile, Chris Brown pumping it up in South Africa. Mr. Robot, huh? Never heard of that. Defend. Okay, deny, defend, depose. Thank you. Man, I feel like I'm in a twilight zone.
The violence and destruction by other members of the mob has been documented
Let
in
them out
videos and
immediately.
other evidence heard in court. That includes
wait a minute now.
Testimony from police officers about being beaten and scared for their lives.
Hold on, did I take that down? No, I did not. I just need to move this picture. Let these innocent men, good men out immediately. The good old boys. What other range they gonna get? Stop and frisk. Make America great again. Slavery? Is that what we talking about? I don't know. But what I'm looking at right here is criminality.
Tario, who was convicted of orchestrating a violent plot to keep Trump in power. Hundreds of people who went into the Capitol but did not attack police or damage the building that day were charged only with misdemeanors. The violence and destruction by other members of the mob has been documented in videos and other evidence heard in court.
Somebody
That
died out
includes
there.
testimony from police officers about being beaten and scared for their lives as they defended the Capitol.
I heard chanting from some in the crowd, "Get his gun," and kill him with his own gun.
More than 100 officers were physically injured that day. Presidents have the unfettered power to issue mass
But this is what we want.
Pardons. And Trump has said he will consider pardons for all of the January 6th defendants. But he has not explained how he will decide who receives one.
Y'all hear that? This is America. This is America. Yeah. While other folks don't even make it to court. Let these good old boys out. But that's it for right now, y'all. I might be back later. I don't know. I got time today. I got a lot to talk about, man. I be seeing a lot. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here. Thank y'all for hanging out. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel if you have not. After this video, another one is going to pop up. If you could hit the notifications on that so you know when I go live on that. And as a matter of fact, that will be the one I go live on if I come back. It's going to be about Jelani Day. Speaking of injustice. Speaking of all of that stuff. Y'all please smack the thumbs up. Thank you for the 71 thumbs up. You know, I appreciate that. Definitely wanted 1,000, but we'll take it. You know, a lot of people come through these live streams. Let me share with y'all how ridiculous these thumbs up are. Let me see what I got on this live stream before I even get off of here. The thumbs up is so important. If y'all could just hit it soon as you come in. But this is how I know I got a lot of a lot of people coming through just because that's how it is, but it's a lot of haters too. You know, a lot of people raging racial things. Over here, I just speak facts about what's going on. You know what I mean? No lies. I report real cases, real events. So shout out to y'all for hitting the reactions. We hit over 6,145 reactions on this live stream. And I see that we're at 39K views on this live stream. So a lot of people came through here and didn't hit the thumbs up. We peaked at 285. And I teach YouTube on a different channel, which is why I'm in tune to stuff like this. So if you've ever been interested in starting your own YouTube channel, check me out. I think I took out the link to my other channel, but you can find it on the homepage. It's called Make This Go Viral LLC. You can join me over there and start your own channel. We need more people reporting the news, and that's how I contribute. I teach it. I follow everything, YouTube, all updates, feature updates, guidelines, and all of that. And shout out to Debbie. Shout out to Street. And shout out to my T Beezy. my appointed moderators for this live stream. So that's going to be something else that I'm going to do because I'm going live at different times. So I'll ask the first people in, if the ones that'll stick around, if you want to mod for me for today. So I thank you so much. And if y'all, the same people in again, when I go early, I'll do the same thing. A key yet missing point is the discussion around this issue. And yes, I did actually read that. I done scrolled all the way up. Until next time, have a great rest of the day. Thank you so much, Debbie. You too. Shout out to Peggy. David said MAGA is finally gonna happen. He's very happy about that. Okay, David, make America great again. All right. Yeah, I do want to report the news too. Do you really? Yeah, check me out over there. You can go to my homepage right now and find that information, that channel. On this very channel, just hit the home tab and go down and you'll find that other channel. So thank you so much, Ash, for coming in. Love to you, Debbie. Thank y'all so much. And I'll see y'all in the next video. Please smack the thumbs up if you didn't. And if you're on a replay and you made this, definitely, I'm sure you hit the thumbs up. We've been in this thing for a long time. So I'm going to let y'all go. Peace and love, y'all. We out. Drop the fire and orange, y'all. If you a member, drop those good members emojis. Peace and love for everybody in the building. If you ain't a pro.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Nanny boo boo.
Y'all have a great rest of the day. Peace and love, y'all. We out.